Okay.
You guys need to read your emails.
Well, usually you don't do that.
I know, that's why I typed it in the email. You will have.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, I'm Chair of the State Water Board. Today is Thursday, October 3rd. It is 9:32 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by quickly introducing my fellow board members and staff. To my left, Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. To her left, Board Member Sean McGuire. To my right, Board Member Tam Dodek. And to her right, Board Member Laurel Firestone. Assisting us today is Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel, Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Eric Oppenheimer, Chief Deputy, and today we have Janine Townsend, Clerk of the Board, and assisting her is Courtney Tyler. Now I'll go through our emergency evacuation procedure. Please look around and identify the two exits closest to you. In the event of a fire alarm, we're required to gather up our valuables and evacuate this room immediately. We're to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is across the street. There's a Starbucks there on the other side of the park, as well as a restaurant across the street that sells Pete's Coffee. I usually avoid that sentence within my introduction, but I wanted to read it anyway, in case Starbucks is listening, which is to say a lot of people are going to be heading over there if there's an emergency. That's all. So please obey all traffic signals and be careful when crossing the Pete's. There is a Pete's there too. And I'll make sure and get a long list, and we can keep it in the back of places one can go across the street. I also want to let you know this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when you come up. And most importantly, please turn off any noise-making devices. I have introductions regarding the workshop, but I will quickly first go to, hold on a second, I have to look at my own notes. Okay, well, I won't make my workshop introductions, and instead we are going to go to the presentation of our Superior Accomplishment Award. No, I'm not. Why is this? I'm going straight to my workshop. Okay, yes, sorry. I'm going straight to my workshop. So good morning, and welcome to this informational workshop on the proposed establishment of the toxicity provisions and water quality control plan for inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries. As a matter of procedural matters, I would like to say that the State Board will not be taking action on the draft toxicity provisions at this time, and there will be no sworn testimony. Any action, including consideration of adoption of the toxicity provisions, will take place at a subsequent board meeting. This workshop is intended to provide an opportunity for a discussion of the elements of the draft toxicity provisions that were introduced in the October 19th, 2018 draft toxicity provisions and updated in the July 25th, 2019 first revised draft toxicity provisions. Karen Mogus, the Director of the Division of Water Quality, will present the item. She will introduce the other staff that are here with her, and following the staff presentation, there will be an opportunity for public input and discussion. Karen?
Great, thank you for that introduction. So I don't need to introduce myself, so I'll introduce the staff we have here today. We have Elizabeth Barrett, staff attorney on the project from Office of Chief Counsel. Zane Paulson, Senior Environmental Scientist over one of our standards units in Division of Water Quality. And then we're joined here today by Chris Morris and Veronica Cuevas from the Regional Water Board in LA. And they're here because they have been really implementing the TST and effluent limitations in their permits over the last 5 or so years, and so have some technical expertise and ability to answer some questions as necessary. So with that, I will go into the format of today's workshop. I'll make a presentation briefly on the changes or the elements of the provisions we chose not to change. Go through those first, and then we have 3 items that are issues that were raised that we have not made revisions to the provisions for, and was the subject of the 3rd workshop in August. And so I'll go through those and the options that we've discussed and how to address those issues, and identify a few outstanding issues and go over the process moving forward for hopefully getting to an adoption meeting in the not too distant future. So with that, I don't have a clicker. There it is. With that, I'll get started. So the purpose of today's workshop is to share the changes and the places where we didn't make changes to the October version of the provisions based on the comments we received since last October when those provisions were released. We'll discuss those pending issues, and then we would very much like to hear some direction from the board on how you'd like to see us proceed with those 3 pending issues. So as a quick reminder, the provisions will establish numeric water quality objectives for both acute and chronic toxicity, applicable statewide, and will supersede some portions of the 9 basin plans. So this is a statewide plan that will be applicable to all of the regional boards, and they will not be required to do basin plan amendments to incorporate these. It will establish a single statistical approach called the Test of Significant Toxicity for assessing toxicity data, a program of implementation focused on non-stormwater NPDES dischargers. So that's a long term for basically POTWs and most large industrial dischargers with NPDES permits. It takes out the stormwater NPDES dischargers. And then it establishes the statewide inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries plan for California. As I mentioned, we released the draft toxicity provisions for, I believe it was the 2nd time, in October of 2018, and held a hearing in November before the board of November 2018, and then the public comment period ended on December 21st. Between December and June, there's not a bullet there, but we did a whole bunch of interactions with stakeholders during that time, going over their comments that they submitted and identifying ways that we would make changes and propose changes to the provisions, and then released a revised draft in July of this year. In August, we held 3 staff-led workshops, 2 of which were focused on just educating the stakeholders as to what changes we made. And then the 3rd was focused on 3 big issues that you'll hear about today that were outstanding, that we had not made a recommended change to the provisions about, but knew that they were big issues that needed to be discussed. So our 3rd workshop was focused on those 3 issues, and I think we came away with some productive recommendations for you. And I'll just reiterate, we had numerous meetings with stakeholders over the past year. So in our July 2019 version, the first revised draft of our provisions, we did not make changes to a couple of big ticket items that we continue to hear comments about, and I'm sure you'll hear more comments about today. The first is the test of significant toxicity. It is the foundation for the numeric water quality objectives and the effluent limitations that we've proposed in the plan. It is our response to the orders that this board issued back in 2003 and then again in 2005, I want to say, directing staff to use the regulatory process to determine if numeric effluent limitations are appropriate, and if so, how would we do that? So the TST is our answer to that. If we make changes to that, we make changes to the whole project. So we are not proposing changes to the TST at this time. The second issue is one that we heard many comments about, which is the desire for some stakeholders to be able to continue to use a dose response or a concentration response data for assessing compliance with our effluent limitations. And the TST does not require analysis of dilution series data, as did the prior data analysis tools. It actually adds complication where one of the objectives of using the TST was to make the data analysis more simple and simple to understand and report. And so we continue to assert that the dose response data is not necessary to assess compliance with our water quality objectives and effluent limitations. And so we did not make changes in that regard. So then we have a laundry list of changes that we did make based on the comments that we received, and I am about to sneeze. Sorry. So the first is that we will allow the use of data that was generated prior to the effective date of the provisions, whenever that's going to be, to determine the most sensitive species. So data that's being collected now, if calculated using TST, those data can be used to determine the most sensitive species upon reissuance of a permit. So we allowed that. You will hear, I think, today that there are some dischargers who can't meet the requirements that the species sensitivity screening was conducted in the same manner as is proposed in the provisions, and that will impact their ability to use data that they've already generated. So that may continue to be an outstanding issue that you'll want to think about and discuss. We now will allow non-continuous dischargers to use fewer than 4 sets of tests to conduct the species sensitivity screening, and the reason for that is that they don't discharge throughout the year, and so we will allow a set of screenings for whatever quarters that they do discharge over the course of the year. We see now it's contagious. We provide the permitting authority the discretion and permitting authority, regional boards or state board, the discretion to determine when to require reasonable potential analysis for acute toxicity. So we've provided some flexibility there. We acknowledge in our staff report that the chronic toxicity test is largely protective of acute toxicity under most circumstances, and that acute toxicity testing is not necessary most of the time except with a few exceptions. So for example, if you have sensitive species like salmonids in an area and the only species available under Table 1 in the provisions is an acute toxicity test that would be appropriate for assessing toxicity to those sensitive species. And that might be an instance where you want to do reasonable potential for acute. But generally speaking, we assert that chronic is protective of acute. Another set of changes that we made is that we allow reduced chronic toxicity monitoring frequency when existing permits lack chronic toxicity effluent limitations. This is related to the portion of the provisions where we allow the permitting authority to look at compliance history of a discharger and allow reduced monitoring frequency in the permit. This provision allows the use of prior collected data to determine that compliance history. Basically just recalculating data to see if there was a fail of the TST rather than applying our effluent limitations, because right now most permits don't have our effluent limitations in them, so it's unrealistic for us to expect a compliance history with our effluent limitations because they don't exist yet. The next one is that we allow reduced monitoring frequency during a toxicity reduction evaluation, so long as toxicity testing is conducted as part of the TRE. So we're allowing a reduced frequency down to 1 per year for a 1-year period when a discharger is conducting a TRE, with the eye toward putting resources to figuring out what's causing toxicity and getting rid of it, rather than continued toxicity monitoring. Say that? 2 per year. Oh, is it down to 2 per year? Oh, excuse me, it's down to 2 per year, not 1. And then we also allow a replacement monthly median effluent limitation compliance test when test acceptability criteria have not been met. So test acceptability criteria is something that is assessed in the laboratory, so it's out of the control of the discharger for the most part. And so we're allowing some flexibility to conduct that compliance test again when under circumstances that are out of the discharger's control. And the last 2 revisions that we have is that we have proposed to remove the exemption for POTWs serving small disadvantaged communities. The rationale there being that we already allow exemptions for insignificant discharges, and so many small disadvantaged communities may be able to get exemption under that, but being sensitive to the comment that we received that disadvantaged communities are already disproportionately more susceptible to pollution in their area, and so why would we give an exemption to a discharger who's discharging toxic chemicals into, even though they are serving a disadvantaged community. And finally, we added exemptions for discharges from drinking water systems, biological and residual pesticide discharges, and natural gas facilities. These are 3 statewide orders that we have in place now that already have made findings that it's either infeasible to have effluent limitations for toxicity, or that the toxicity is related to a specific chemical. In the instance of drinking water systems, it's chlorine. So we have controls in that permit for what we anticipate being the toxic chemical. So we allowed exemptions for these types of dischargers. So before I move on to the 3 big ticket items, I do want to note that we're proposing some resolution language. You don't have a resolution before you yet, but we're proposing to include some language around 2 items in particular for you to direct staff to do a couple of things. The first is to address aquatic toxicity issues related to stormwater permitting through the Storms Strategy Program, the Storms Planning Program. The rationale for that is that the scope of this current rulemaking is to focus on implementation for non-stormwater MPDS discharges. We recognize that there are many permitting issues that we want to address in the storms program, not just related to toxicity, but other issues that make applying wastewater MPDS implementation to stormwater may not be appropriate. So we're proposing that you direct staff to look into those as part of projects under the storms strategy. We actually have a phase 2 project in storms that's related to this already. So it would be reiterating that as a priority for us moving forward. The second one is to direct staff to coordinate a study to evaluate the sources of potential variability in the Cereodaphnia dubia reproduction test. That is one that we have indicated could be of value to us to engage with stakeholders and the laboratory community, both the lab accreditation as well as labs throughout the state that conduct whole effluent toxicity testing for dischargers across the state, in the interest, and I'll talk a little bit more about the study in a minute, but we hope to include some resolution language around that as well. So moving on to our meaty issues. There are three. The first two are related to who gets effluent limitations and how do we determine who gets effluent limitations. So, and then the third is about the Cereodaphnia reproduction test. So the first issue is determining which dischargers will receive effluent limitations. And I want to make it clear that based on some interactions we've had with the regional boards, the intent at the regional board level is that they will continue to require some level of toxicity monitoring during the permit period, regardless of whether a discharger receives effluent limitations or not. In the past, we kind of had those two issues linked together. We're sort of divorcing those ideas, knowing that monitoring is going to happen regardless. So this issue is who gets effluent limitations or not. In the October, so we have three options. The first option basically reiterates what we have proposed in the October 2018 version, which is that no change to those provisions, and we would conduct reasonable potential analysis for everyone with the exception of POTWs that discharge greater than 5 million gallons per day. And so those dischargers would automatically receive effluent limitations. So that's the current proposal. A second option is one that we received as part of the comments, which is that we should conduct reasonable potential at all, that toxicity is a backstop for chemicals that we do not monitor for or do not have analyses for, and that everyone should get effluent limitations for toxicity. So that's option number 2. And then the third option is that, like every other chemical, we would require reasonable potential analysis to determine whether to establish chronic toxicity effluent limitations for all non-stormwater and PDS dischargers. So those are the three options for issue number 1. Issue number 2 is related. It's, okay, if we're going to conduct a reasonable potential analysis, how are we going to determine whether a discharger has reasonable potential? This one's important regardless of what direction you go on issue number 1, because as you recall, we have given discretion to the regional boards as to whether or not to conduct an acute toxicity reasonable potential analysis. So we need to give direction to the regional boards on how to do that, should they choose to do that. So this is important regardless. And we have, again, 3 options to propose to you to think about. The first is no change to the October 2018 version, which is to determine reasonable potential if a discharge has any fails of the TST during the prior 5 years worth of data and at least 10 data points calculated with the TST, or a percent effect of greater than 10%. You should know that the 10% comes from US EPA's guidance on how to implement the TST. It's not something we just pulled out of our hat. And the idea there is that there's an extra safety factor in determining reasonable potential. The second option is some other percent effect in addition to fails of the TST. Examples we've heard are 15, 20%. We could pick something else. I don't specifically have any rationale for what that percent effect ought to be. But that's another option to consider. And then the third is just to determine reasonable potential solely on any fail of the TST at the in-stream waste concentration. And I should step back. I'm going to say in-stream waste concentration a number of times. I probably already have. And that's the concentration at which it's important that we determine compliance of the effluent discharge. So if a discharger has no dilution, your in-stream waste concentration is 100%. If they have dilution, it could be some lower concentration of effluent. So those are the 3 options that we're considering as how to determine reasonable potential for your consideration. Then moving on to the Cereodaphnia reproduction test. I already mentioned that we're proposing to include resolution language on directing staff to conduct a study This gives just a general idea of what our intent is with the study. We want to evaluate the possible sources of variability in the method and identify ways to minimize the variability. We want to involve labs, as many as we can. In fact, we only have 23 labs that are accredited for toxicity testing in the state. So that's a small number. We're hoping to get as many of them involved as possible. Stakeholders, regional boards, and we do hope to have some external experts giving us advice both on the questions that we're trying to answer, the design of the study to answer those questions, and then in interpreting the results. And we want it completed in a timely manner as opposed to the project that we currently have at hand. Not 16 years from now, in other words. So that's generally speaking the idea behind the study. We have done some analysis of some labs in the state, and we know that many labs are able to conduct this test in a manner that gets their variability very low. And so we're hoping to bring all of the labs up to that par so we can be certain and feel confident in the data that we get from all of the labs that are doing these tests for us. So the options I have before you regarding the Stereodaphnia test are not options for in the provisions necessarily. It's what do we do in the interim period while we're conducting this study. This, we presented, oh, and I should step back. On the first two issues at the August 28th workshop, we were unable to come to a consensus on any of those options. So I don't have, I can't say that we had some compromise available for you to consider on those first two options. However, in this issue, we do. So the first three options are ones that we presented to the stakeholders at the August 28th workshop. They are no change, so continue to use the Stereodaphnia test to assess compliance with effluent limitations based on the proposed provisions. Option 2 is to use Stereodaphnia as a monitoring trigger, but not for compliance, and then use the second most sensitive species to assess compliance until the end of the study. The downside there, of course, is that if you have Stereodaphnia as your most sensitive species, then you're conducting monitoring with 2 species instead of just 1, so there's an additional cost there. Option 3 was to just not use Stereodaphnia at all during the course of the study and not start using it again until after the results of the study come through. So those were the 3 options that we were considering with stakeholders. At the workshop, we were able to come up with a 4th option, which was a compromise that I can't say that we had consensus on, but I think many of the stakeholders could get behind this as a compromise option. So option 4 is that during the study period, non-stormwater NPDES dischargers that have existing permits that include numeric effluent limitations that are based on Stereodaphnia would be subject to the toxicity provisions, including the potential for numeric effluent limitations. So if you already have effluent limitations, and this would be dischargers in regions 4 and region 9 in particular, you would continue to comply with your permit. For what it's worth, everyone would continue to comply with their existing permit under this option until a reissuance. And when we come to the reissuance is when it gets a little complicated and where we didn't necessarily have the level of detail of conversation at the workshop. And so we have come up with nuances of option 4 that were not discussed at the workshop. So I'm going to admit we've made some of this up, and I invite the stakeholders to react to pieces that weren't that we need to address but weren't addressed at that time. Which, as we move on, those nuances start to become apparent. So the second piece is that all non-stormwater NPDES dischargers that don't have numeric effluent limitations shall conduct the species sensitivity screening as required in the provisions. And if Cereodaphnia is determined to be the most sensitive species, the permit would include the maximum daily effluent limitation for Cereo, but not the monthly median. The monthly median would essentially function as a trigger, so you would not get a violation, but you would do the same follow-up testing as the provisions indicate. Just you wouldn't have a violation. So a TRE would ensue if necessary, all of those things. And then at the conclusion of the study, all would go back to what the proposed provisions require, which is use of Cereodaphnia effluent limitations both for monthly median and maximum daily. Some of the additional considerations I mentioned is what do we do if an existing permit has effluent limitations for a species that's not Cereodaphnia, but then they do a species sensitivity screening and Cereodaphnia is the most sensitive species. What we have proposed is that Cereodaphnia effluent limitations would be issued in this instance. But again, that's not something that was discussed during our workshop, and so something that we'll need to consider and get your input on moving forward. So moving on to some additional concerns that we've heard recently related to recycled water. Oh, and by the way, you did get an extra slide, and we can go over option 4 more thoroughly if you desire, that kind of hopefully gives a little bit more clarity on the elements of option 4 and the different scenarios, so we can go over that in a minute if you'd like. Additional concerns that we've heard were related to recycled water discharges. Just generally speaking, there's concern about labeling the effluent as toxic that will eventually be used for other purposes, whether that be non-potable or potable reuses. So that's more broadly the issue that we've heard. Then we have some specific issues with certain projects that are being proposed whereby recycled water treated to Title 22 quality being conveyed through agricultural conveyances to locations where it can be used for irrigation of agricultural areas, and what beneficial uses apply in those agricultural conveyances, and should the toxicity provisions apply in those conveyances or not. This issue also arises with other beneficial uses like the immune beneficial use, where this particular project proponent for a recycled water project also has issues with meeting the trihalomethane MCL requirements in these conveyances as well. So it's really a beneficial use designation issue rather than implementation of our NPDES requirements. So but issues that you should be aware of that we have heard. Finally, I want to mention in this public venue that we plan to add an appendix to the staff report based on some of the data analysis that either has come in more recently since the October 2018 version of the provisions was released, or that we've conducted as part of questions that the board members have asked or have been in response to comments that we've received. So our plan is to pull together all of those analyses into an additional appendix. It will include reference to a new publication that has recently been published that looks at lab performance in California labs for the Cereodaphnia reproduction test in particular. We'll be summarizing recent compliance data using the TST approach, particularly the data that we've gathered out of Region 4's permit data. And then we have a memo that we commissioned that was an assessment of the probability of test fails and violations based on the way that the provisions are currently formed, the framework of the current provisions, I should say. We do plan to release that for public comment, so folks have an opportunity to review it and provide comment for a 30-day limited public comment period. Hopefully not very soon after this workshop. We also know that depending on what direction we receive from you today, there may be need to release other portions of the changes for public comment, and so we're leaving that open. We may release additional portions of the changes for public comment as in addition to this new appendix that we're adding, but that depends on what you all direct us to do today. Our project timeline is we are here at our public workshop on October 3rd, 2019. I already mentioned we plan to release a new appendix shortly after this workshop for a 30-day limited public comment period. And we hope to release the revised second draft of the provisions as well as the staff report and the full response to comments, including how we're going to address the big three issues I went over today. Sometime, hopefully by the end of the year. It depends on, again, what changes you're asking for and how quickly we can turn those around. And we're hoping to bring this back before you for finally an adoption meeting in the first quarter of next year. And with that, I'll open it up to board member questions. If you'd like to go back and revisit option 4 of the Cereodaphnia reproduction test, we can do that as well. Okay, so we do have the slide. That was the extra table. If we could bring that one up. I think staff got tired of listening to me make all of the wrong comments about this option, and they made a table for me. Okay, so here's the table. And basically, the far left column identifies what your current permit requirements are. So the first row is your permit includes numeric effluent limitations based on Cereodaphnia dubia as your most sensitive species. Issues arise when a permit is reissued during the study period. So the second column indicates what is your most sensitive species based on your species sensitivity screening at that reissuance. So if it's Cereodaphnia, then your new permit will also include effluent limitations for Cereodaphnia, both the monthly median and the maximum daily, based on the effluent limitations in our provisions. Let's be clear about that. You should know that while Region 4's effluent limitations are very similar to our effluent limitations, they're not exactly the same. So this is making it clear that we would rely on the effluent limitations in the provisions, once they're adopted, of course, in this instance. Now, if you have effluent limitations based on C. dubia and your species sensitivity screening identifies a different species than C. dubia, then you would get effluent limitations based on that different species, also based on the new provisions. Now, to be clear, any permit reissued during this period, once the provisions are adopted, if any other species besides C. dubia is identified as the most sensitive, those permits also will get effluent limitations based on our provisions, if that makes sense. So that's if you have currently in your permit effluent limitations based on C. dubia. The next row is if you have numeric effluent limitations with any other numeric effluent limit with another species as the most sensitive, not C. dubia. Is this not based on the TST? I'm sorry. Zane, help me here.
So this is, yeah, so currently some of the permits out there have effluent limitations, but their most sensitive species currently is not C. dubia. So they may or may not use the TST. I think only Region 9 and Region 4 use the TST currently with effluent limitations. Region 2 does not use the TST, but they also have effluent limitations. So that includes all three of those regions.
Okay, so if you currently have effluent limitations based on any other species besides C. dubia, and during your permit renewal, C. dubia is identified as your most sensitive species, we indicate that what goes into your renewed permit is to be determined, right? If any other species is your most sensitive, again, you would get the effluent limitations for that other species. Finally, if you don't have numeric effluent limitations currently, so you have monitoring triggers or some other mechanism for following up on toxicity, and C. dubia is identified as your most sensitive species during this interim period, this again is the place where you would get the maximum daily effluent limitation only, and a trigger for the monthly median effluent limitation. So that, I think I hopefully clearly articulated during the presentation. And then in this instance, again, if C. dubia is not your most sensitive species and some other species is, like the algae or the fathead minnow, then you would get effluent limitations for those based on the provisions. So, questions? This is difficult. We struggled with, this is a flow chart. We tried to do it as a flow chart. It was crazy. So we're trying to make it as clear as possible so stakeholders understand what the expectation is during this interim period.
I don't know if you mentioned it, but what is the expected time period of the study?
So we're looking at somewhere between 2 and 3 years, assuming that we do have a robust number of labs that are participating, and including external review that takes time, and just generally speaking, bringing all of the stakeholders together to agree on design and questions, that takes time. So we're looking at about a 2 to 3 year period, and we're already working on scoping it out.
And do you have an idea roughly of how many fits in these current categories?
You know, I don't. Zane, did we do any analysis of how many permits are up for renewal in this time frame?
I don't know exactly how many would come up for renewal during the next 3 years. Again, it's Region 4 and Region 9 is the bulk of these. Region 2 has some, but remember, Region 2 mostly discharges to saline waters, ocean water, so they have very few in Region 2 that would fall into this. Most of it's Region 4 and 9.
Well, for the ones that currently have effluent
That currently have effluent limitations,
but
yeah.
everyone would, if anyone that was up for renewal during this time frame would land somewhere in this table. And so, no, we don't have off the top of our heads at the moment those numbers, but we could get those.
And then finally, under the second row, for those with numeric effluent limits with another species, if C. dubia is identified as the most sensitive species during the permit renewal, why would the new permit requirements be to be determined? Why is it not the MEL and MDEL using C. dubia?
It could be,
But why is it currently to be determined?
because this was something we didn't really discuss, and so we wanted to leave it open for further discussion and comment.
All right, thank you. Actually, this is helpful.
Oh, good.
Can I, hi, thank you very much. This is helpful, I believe. But could you just back up a little bit and talk about the difference between the MMEL and the MDEL and what the significance of providing that relief would be, just so I think everyone can understand what it is that we're considering here under option 4?
Sure. So the MDEL is a fail of the TST and a 50% effect of the survival endpoint. So it only applies to species that have a survival endpoint. Stereodaphnia is one of them. Fathead minnow is another. The algae species would not be one. And then I won't go into all of the table 1 species, but If it's a plant, you're not going to have 50%. Well, no, I'm sorry, you're going to correct me. It's 50% at the sublethal endpoint if you don't have a survival endpoint. My apologies.
Hi, this is Elizabeth. I just wanted to clarify that we have two MDALs in the provisions, one in the scenario where there is no survivability endpoint and one where there is. So we describe both of those instances in the provisions.
But in the case of Cereodaphnia, where you would get just the MDEL, it would be 50% effect at the survival endpoint and a fail of this TST. So in other words, pretty significant toxicity. You're killing half of the organisms in the test. The MMEL is a fail of the TST, but needs to be assessed with 2 out of 3 tests. So if the first test is a fail of the TST, then you have to go on to a second test. If that one's a pass, then you have to basically do a tiebreaker third test to determine if you have a violation of the MMEL. If you have a fail and a fail in the first 2 tests, then you have a violation. If you have a pass of the first test, then you have no violation and you move on to the next month's testing. So the MMEL is the sort of the longer term duration effluent limitation, the lesser amount of toxicity, but persistent toxicity. The significance of not having the MMEL as an effluent limitation is simply whether or not you'll get a violation as a result. So our proposal is that you would continue to use the MMEL framework, but it would be a monthly median effluent trigger, I guess we could call it, rather than a limitation. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I'd just like to take this time to thank you and all of the staff that's worked on this. This is a very complicated subject, and I was at several of the workshops and just really appreciate your thoroughness in explaining the issues, and then also on this option 4. I was at that workshop and want to thank the stakeholders as well, because that's an area where I think with a little bit further discussion that we had that day, this option emerged. And so I don't pretend to understand this chart, but am anxious to hear what the stakeholders have to say about it. So thank you very much. And then I just have a couple of other questions and then also issues that I'd like to highlight before going forward. I think there's probably going to be some stakeholder discussion about this, but just wanted to tee it up a little bit from my perspective. So I know on the, let's see here. On the first issue of determining which dischargers should have chronic toxicity effluent limitations, you had indicated sort of separating the monitoring issue, but I didn't see a lot of discussion on monitoring other than some of the changes that were made that you had early on in the presentation. So just would like to have a little bit of a discussion on that, in particular with respect to small communities. I appreciate and do agree with the approach that you're recommending on disadvantaged communities. We don't want to have an exemption for communities that are already at risk of environmental justice issues, and so I think it's important that that this policy applies to them. But I do have concerns regarding cost. And I think that Porter Cologne does provide for some flexibility where there's, for us to at least consider costs and the need. And so would like to have a little bit of a discussion on the cost issues. In particular, for me, I'm interested in better understanding from a very practical perspective what quarterly monitoring would mean for a smaller system. I think for the larger system, those, those costs perhaps could be spread. And so looking for, just maybe making it a little more real as to what quarterly sampling could look like for a smaller community that may also have other high utility costs because of the inability to sort of spread things around. And then I appreciate that you have, I know that you didn't go over it, but you have a slide here on financial assistance, possible funding sources for small disadvantaged communities. I don't know if this falls into that category or not, assistance with monitoring. I kind of doubt it, but would like your comments on that. And then another area, and that has to do with labs. I think we'll probably hear from Civiqua about location of labs. And so I think that there are, some added costs or let's say higher costs for communities, not necessarily just small communities. I think that smaller communities in most instances, but there's also larger communities as well that have those labs that are not centrally located. So is there anything that can be done? I know you're looking at the 23 labs as part of the study, but what can we do to bring in some of these other labs so that we can get more labs that are located close in closer proximity to the communities that are going to be undertaking these tests? There's a lot there, but
Yeah.
I know we're going to hear from stakeholders, but if you have any comments, I'd like to hear them at this point as well.
Yeah, so to start with the monitoring frequency and costs for the small communities, we have done some investigating into the dischargers across the state that discharge less than 5 MGD, and then also ones that discharge less than 1. And what we've found that there are many that have very limited monitoring requirements, down to even less, even down to 1 per permit cycle. So going up to a quarterly for somebody who has 1 per permit cycle actually increases their monitoring frequency by a lot. And then there are a number, and we actually have some information that I emailed to the board members that summarize this. I think we can bring that up as well in a minute. But just generally speaking, there are many dischargers who also have, I actually have it in my hand here somewhere. There we go. So, there are, we looked at a total of 52 POTWs that discharge less than 1 MGD and 57 that discharge between 1 and 5 across the state. And we have 1 discharger that has less than 1 test per year. So it's a very limited number, so 1 community. 11 have only 11 that are less than 1 MGD, and 7 between 1 and 5. So a total of 18 across the state have a single test per year. And by the way, we added up both the chronic and the acute testing that's required. In many of these, the discharger will have a single chronic test per year, but some of them will have, in addition, 4 acute tests per year. So we figure that may be combined into just chronic requirements moving forward, since we do give discretion to the regional boards to decide whether acute is necessary or not, and have indicated that chronic really is protective of acute. So in some instances, so we've added them, all of the testing up. So this is acute and chronic. We have 31 POTWs with 2 tests per year, 7 of them with 3, and 11 with 4 tests per year, and about 41 of them have 5 or more. So almost half already do 5 or more tests per year. So that makes our universe a little bit smaller as to how many are really only going to have a significant increase in in their monitoring requirements. I also will note that we provide discretion to the regional boards to reduce monitoring frequency for dischargers who have a good compliance history. So if they're required to do quarterly, we allow to go down to 2 tests per year, so long as the regional board does that analysis of their compliance history. So that's also some flexibility that we already have built into the provisions. In terms of costs, I'm going to rely on Civiqua to come and tell you about some cost data that they have compiled. They've done a pretty robust assessment of at least the dischargers in the Central Valley region, and honestly, most of the dischargers in our list that are very small are in Region 5. So it'll give you a good idea of the cost.
Thank you. So I'll just put it out there just as a thought, rather than having regional board flexibility to reduce monitoring, perhaps considering reduced monitoring, unless it's already in their permits, for more frequent than semi-annual. And then provide the discretion for the regional board to increase monitoring. So just basically flipping
Gotcha.
the discretion. So just a thought to put out there. And then the other question that I had was on the in-stream waste concentration. And I understand that that is not a requirement of the TST. It's not part of the TST, but it's
So the in-stream waste
guidance?
concentration is integral to the TST.
The percent
But the
effect.
dilution of other testing, okay, so let me step back. The requirement in the EPA methods is to conduct multiple concentration testing, and that was based on the use of the no observable effect concentration as the data analysis tool, or the point estimates like the LC50 or the IC25. Those require dilution series in order to do the data analysis. TST does not. In those dilution series, the in-stream waste concentration was required to be one of the dilutions, so that you could see would the no observable effect concentration land at the in-stream waste concentration. Now, there are some limitations to the NOAC in particular that required additional analysis of this dilution series in order to even determine if the test was, I'll say, not valid necessarily, but give you more information about whether or not you have toxicity. And in particular, at very low concentrations of, or very low toxicity, you could get toxic hits with the NOAC. And we've actually looked at some of the data to show that often more often than with the TST, you can see toxic hits at less than 10% effect. So EPA had provided some guidance as to how to look at that dilution series so that you don't get those very low levels of toxicity causing a hit. Now, there's also a lot of noise when you are conducting a dilution series, especially if you have high variability among your replicates. And so it's also a way of, how shall I say, if a test is pretty sloppy, you're not going to see toxicity using the NOAC at all, even if toxicity is there. So the TST has improved that by giving boundaries of both the 10% not being toxic, but then having a boundary around the variability so that that you can still see toxicity even if you have variability among your replicates. So essentially incentivizing reducing the variability in a lab, in your lab procedures. So the in-stream waste concentration is the concentration at which the TST analysis applies. We're hoping, actually, you speak of cost, to be able to get an alternative test procedure approved so that we no longer have to require a dilution series to be tested, and therefore we would go down from a lab control plus 4 concentrations, so 5 tests down to a lab control and 1 concentration, the in-stream waste concentration, to reduce it by more than half of the number of test concentrations that have to be tested, and thereby reducing the cost of actually conducting the test.
Any further comment from other board members? I want to echo the Vice Chair's thanks for the staff's work on this. I know it has, well, it's certainly been a decadal effort, but in this last year, I know there's been a tremendous amount of discussion as we're trying to really get this across the finish line. And to the extent that I'm hoping we can provide clarity amongst the board here and direction to you, I'm looking forward to getting this to an actual calendared vote. So with that, I think there is an actual panel of stakeholders that we can maybe call up first, and not necessarily a full panel, but I think several of our stakeholders would like to go in order. Do you know who those folks are?
Yes, we do. We'll get
Great.
nameplates.
We'll get nameplates,
take
and
our
then
place here.
while we start to do that, we'll go ahead and call up David Smith from US EPA to give comments. And then followed by him will be Charles LaSalle with water reuse.
Morning, members of the board. It's good to be here. I'm David Smith. I'm an assistant water director with EPA's regional office in San Francisco. I thought I might be able to talk after the panel talk, but that's okay.
If you feel more comfortable doing
No,
so,
it's fine.
we can
I'm
let
here.
the
I'll
panel
go
go
ahead.
first.
No, I'm fine. I'll go ahead and talk.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith.
We do really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you again about the toxicity provisions, and we really do continue to support you moving forward and adopting the plan. This kind of feels like the little engine that could, and we're almost to the top of the hill, and I'm really optimistic that we'll get there very soon. As you know, we really have supported your work in moving in this direction, and since we previously explained why we like this approach generally that you've developed, I'm not going to repeat those comments about why we like it, but we really do. I wanted to note that, over a 15-year period, your staff have worked awfully hard with the stakeholders, and you've already made numerous changes in this plan to effectively address stakeholder concerns. I do want to express concern that you might have reached the limits of appropriate changes to make in the plan to maintain its viability, and I just urge you to be careful to avoid making further changes that are not supported by the science and by our widespread practical experience in implementing toxicity standards and objectives and limits in permits. Just briefly, Karen made mention of the 3 kind of live options discussed in that recent workshop. And I'm just going to briefly mention the first 2. Which discharges should get limits? We favor your options 1 or 2 and would discourage you from looking at option 3 simply because it will waste a large amount of resources unnecessarily. Regarding the question about what's the basis for determining reasonable potential, we'd urge you to stick with your option 1 and really discourage you from considering your option 3 since it really does not protect against potential for toxicity in a discharge. But I'd like to spend most of my time talking with you about this newly proposed option 4, delaying permit limits for Serradaphnia reproduction. We'd argue that it's simply unnecessary for you to consider this option. The earlier July 25th version of the plan provides full protection of the applicable chronic toxicity objective for freshwater fishes, algae, and invertebrates, which is very important and should be retained. We understand that the main concern about the Serradaphnia reproduction test is alleged potential for high false positive error rates. As Karen kind of indicated, many laboratories in California are already maintaining false positive error rates of 5% or less for Serradaphnia testing, and they produce very good, reliable data. Earlier this year, as Karen mentioned, Fox and his collaborators published a peer-reviewed evaluation of statistical error rates for Daphnia reproduction testing in California labs. And they confirmed that a pattern of high within-test variability can result in false positive rates greater than 5%. But the key point is, in the Fox paper, they found that we already know how to correct this issue and avoid it happening in the first place by increasing the number of replicates that are tested by a reasonable amount and/or by improving laboratory operational practices. And since many labs have already taken these steps and are able to reliably produce these results, we're very concerned about the idea of further postponing the use of Daphnia reproduction in looking at effluent limitations while conducting yet another study, because we already know how to avoid this problem. We don't need to go there and do it. I would also note, I sense among stakeholders, there's a lot of different views about the purpose of this study. And I think you have a lot of work to do in figuring out why you would do it. Maybe more important, places where numeric chronic toxicity limits have already been included in permits using the TST statistical approach and using Daphnia testing. This has been done in several states, and the sky has not fallen. For example, the Los Angeles Regional Board has been including this type of limitations in permits over approximately the last 7 years. And during this period, permit compliance rates for toxicity have actually generally improved or stayed the same. We have not seen this decline in compliance that you would expect if this approach yields high false positives. A 2018 summary of 17 permits found that 58% improved their compliance rates, 23% maintained their compliance rates. And we've seen very similar results in testing done pursuant to similar permits in the state of Hawaii. So as I said, we really don't think going to option 4 is necessary, because I think we know how to avoid the perceived problem that's being raised here. Now, this is not to say we can't learn more through additional studies and analysis. If you decide to pursue a study, we'll look forward to working with you on its design. It needs to be tightly scoped, led by the state board, informed by national experts. And we believe that it could provide additional operational guidance for labs and training for them to help the subset of labs that need to do better in lab practice to generate higher quality data. And we hope it'll be quick. We're very concerned about further delaying implementation of fully fledged permit limitations for this reason. A lot of the details remain unclear. So I can't tell you today that if you pursue this new option, that it's something that will pass legal muster. There might be ways to do that, but we haven't seen a proposal on exactly how the state would do that. So it's possible that this could be done, this option could be pursued in a legal manner, but we haven't seen what that would look like, so we can't say that that's a sure thing. But I want to close by emphasizing our overall support for a great body of work, and we hope that it will soon be adopted. I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any.
No question for me, but just personally, a thank you to you personally for staying engaged these many years and making this a priority for you as well as for Region 9. Thank you.
Happy to come back a few more times, but hopefully just a few.
Just a few.
Yeah, your credibility is starting to stretch with that.
We'll play the hand we're dealt.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Really appreciate the comments. Let's go ahead and be ready for the panel, I think.
Debbie Webster from Saviqua, Steve Jepson and Melissa Thorne from SCAP. Can we move down to so we can Rain Fano from BACWA? Yeah.
If you need to sit on Mr. Loffer's lap, I don't recommend you do so.
I'm actually tempted to take a photo of this. This is quite quite the assemblage of. But it speaks to the incredible collaboration that has been going around on these regulations for all these years, and just really appreciate you all actually being here and organizing yourselves to give us some structured feedback here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing us to do the panel approach. I think that'll help sort of scope the issues better, and then everyone can get into the details without overlapping each other and hopefully be a little more efficient about it. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
Adam Link, on behalf of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, again, thank you for being able to have a panel and provide comments. CAS has been working with staff and board members for several years on toxicity provisions, participating in the recent workshops, doing a lot of work on this, as well as submitting comments last year when the original draft was out, along with an accompanying white paper. Because this workshop is focused on kind of the specifics of the various options, I don't want to get into the broader concerns. I'll just say, as we've kind of reiterated all along, we do have concerns about the imposition of numeric limits related to toxicity. We do have concerns about use of the TST, but I'm not going to focus on that today. I'm really just going to focus on the options that were presented by staff and that we talked about within the workshops. So the most important thing here is, what are the major remaining issues with the draft of the toxicity provisions from CAS's perspective? Conveniently, it was the three big issues that staff talked about for me. So continued use of the Cereodaphnia reproduction test for compliance purposes, and then the two reasonable potential issues related to how do you impose limits in the first place, and then how that reasonable potential is determined when you're looking at the test. There are a number of other issues of importance to us. They're listed right there, issues of concern, and I'm sure there's a couple I missed, but other folks in the panel will talk in more detail about those and give you more specifics about our concerns, but CAS is generally supportive of those concerns as well. So the first two issues related to reasonable potential, how to determine first if the permits include numeric effluent limitations for chronic toxicity. This was the first option that staff talked about. CASA supports option number 3 on this, and this is sort of the standard approach, which is to use reasonable potential to determine toxicity limits. The approach that was articulated in the original draft is to use this 5 mgd threshold that sort of departs from the standard structure that used for other pollutants and is inconsistent with how it's treated in federal regulations and within the SIP. Now, this approach of using RP is more consistent with the approach used for the other pollutants and more appropriate for entities, especially larger entities with positive compliance records that would otherwise get numeric limits under the original approach. I do want to reiterate something as well, and Karen mentioned in her presentation, this isn't a free pass. I mean, this is literally just related to the imposition of numeric limits and attendant violations. There would still be routine monitoring associated with those who did not have reasonable potential. So it's important to make that distinction and kind of decouple those things in the way that we talk about this. I also want to mention that the 5 mgd threshold, I believe in the staff report, was selected because that is the pre-treatment threshold. And I think some other presenters will talk about the fact that it isn't necessarily the case that just because you are above 5 mgd that you have significant industrial sources. That just is not true in a number of cases. And also the 5 mgd is the design threshold. So there are a number of entities that don't actually discharge 5 mgd and so may not really meet those criteria, and yet that's the line that's being drawn for automatic limits in the absence of reasonable potential. So that's why we think just using the standard approach, everybody looking at reasonable potential, makes a lot more sense. The other issue is how to determine the appropriate threshold for triggering reasonable potential, and that's issue number 2 we talked about. Again, we are supportive of option number 3, where it's determined by a single test fail of the TST at the in-stream waste concentration. The current staff approach that was described is to use this 10% threshold that was referenced in the US EPA guidance documents. Again, this, similar to the first issue, it departs from what is standard procedure. I think a standard procedure would be to use the MMEL. And actually, this is more conservative than that approach because it just uses a single test as opposed to 2 out of 3 test fails. So even this approach of using the single test fail is more conservative. To put a number threshold that's even lower of 10% on determining reasonable potential is stacking conservatism on top of conservatism on what is already a very conservative test. And I fear it just doesn't make sense in this context. So this is the big one. Biggest issue of concern for CASA, the one we spent a lot of time on talking about for the last year and a half, the one we spent a lot of time hearing about today, is the use of the stereodaphnia chronic reproduction endpoint for compliance purposes. So what's the biggest issue with this? I think we've submitted a lot of information on the problems with this test, the inherent variability. There's a white paper that looks at a few different studies that have identified that, but if I had to have one summary sentence of all of those things, that this test has the highest potential to deem non-toxic blank samples appear as toxic. And I think that is generally undisputed that this test has the highest potential for that by a significant margin. A common question that we received over the time of raising this issue is, well, the stereo test has been used for a number of years in combination with the NOAC and narrative limits. Why is this all of a sudden an issue now? Why are we raising this issue of variability? Nothing's really changed with the test. The answer is pretty simple. Now we are talking about numeric limits that have consequences with violations. We're talking about incorporating it along with the TST. And so at that point, you look at the variability that has existed, and you look at the combination with the TST, the potential for higher violations, and what was once sort of manageable in terms of the variability of the stereo test when it was a narrative trigger is no longer manageable as a numeric threshold that has violations associated with it. So that's why we're kind of raising these concerns quite a bit in the context of these provisions. So what's the solution? The problem is the stereo test, but as we talked about today, there are a number of options that might be able to get us to a place where there is somewhat of a consensus position. The key principle being that we would get no numeric limits for the stereo reproduction endpoint, including renewed permits during the period that we are conducting this study. And I think pretty universally at the workshops, everyone supported this idea of pursuing a study. It was just talking about the parameters of the study and what to do in the interim and the provisions. But the study was sort of, I could say, the closest thing to a consensus option that we had at each one of those workshops. I think it's also important to note that the study parameters are very key in this. I think it was mentioned that the study would be looking at variability. I think it's very important we also look at the reliability and the accuracy of the stereo test. I think the equivalent that I could explain is it's nice if everybody has the same answer, but we want to make sure everybody has the same right answer. So variability deals with sort of inter-lab, are we getting the same answers among our tests? But if you don't look at the accuracy and the reliability of the underlying test, which is essentially looking at what your error rate is on the blank samples, you're not going to know what the reliability of that test is. And so we don't want to get into too many details of what the study looks like. That's part of the design. That's something we'll do sort of post-adoption, hopefully. But it should be noted that without looking at accuracy and reliability, I'm not sure there will be as much value to this study as we would need in order to agree. I think the other item I want to note was that quantifying accuracy in these will help us address implementation issues afterwards, even if we don't get to what the core issues are on variability, and that has something to do with testing frequency and statistics, which is really not my forte. But I know that quantifying that accuracy and reliability is important in terms of having options available when taking the next steps after the study. And so this is, up here I called them concessions for lack of a better word, but these are the items where we converted from kind of option 3 to option 4. CASA was very supportive of option 3, which is essentially hold off on using the stereo reproduction test for compliance purposes until we figure out what's going on. Well, in the interim, there are those, particularly in Region 4, who already have these numeric limits. And so what do you do with those? And I know there are a number of dischargers in that region that have indicated they would be willing to accept continuing on with those limits until the study is completed in order to make it a little bit easier to implement on everybody. Not all of the dischargers, but a number of them have indicated that. I also wanted to note that another thing that Karen mentioned, that provisions related to the maximum daily effluent limit would remain. So really all we're talking about is a very small subset of these provisions that we would be holding off on during the study period, just the reproduction endpoint and just the MMEL provisions. I think in summary, all of these items are agreeing to this approach doesn't roll back any of the existing provisions that exist in the state. If you have numeric limits, you'd essentially keep them. It would just put it on hold for new folks between now and the end of the study. and then there would be a check-in with the State Water Board to say, okay, the study's complete, this is what we found, what do we do with this information in terms of incorporating it back into the provisions? And that's another element I want to mention, is that I think it was highlighted somewhere that there would sort of automatically be kicked back into the provisions at the end of a certain period or at the end of the study. I think that presupposes the outcome of the study. I think it's more appropriate to have a check-in with the water board at the end of the study and say, here's the information we've gathered, here are the options. Now, do we want to reincorporate it, as opposed to a hard deadline where it automatically kicks in at the end of a specified period, which again presupposes the outcome of the study, and I don't think we would be very comfortable with.
Can I ask just a quick follow-up question? So on this slide, you have as the key principle, no numeric limits for stereo reproduction endpoint would be included in renewed permits during the interim study period. However, if dischargers already have numeric effluent limits with CDUBIA, then that would continue to be included in the renewed permit during the study, right?
Yes, and so that's the option number 4 as compared
I
to
see.
number 3, and that which some dischargers that have limits are comfortable with that, and I think others might not be. I think generally, that we would be okay with that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before you move off the slide, I'm glad you brought it up because I think it highlights something that Dave Smith said, and that is what seems to be a potential confusion over the study and what the goals of the study is and what the study is supposed to accomplish. The way I understood the study as briefed by staff, that it was to undertake a process to improve and increase the reliability, accuracy, and variability of the test method, not to determine whether or not it should be used or not, but rather to identify areas for improvement and then making the changes to ensure that. Is that correct, Ms. Larson?
Yes. Sorry, you caught me with Larson.
I'm sorry. I've known you for so long with that. Ms.
I know.
Mogus.
It's
Sorry.
okay. Yes, that is how I briefed the board members, and improving the lab performance also includes this notion of getting the same answer from labs when you send split samples. So I think I think you're referring to it as accuracy. I'm not sure that that's the right term to use, but being able to send blank samples to labs and all get the answer that they're not toxic is also important and will be part of the study as well.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to say that it would be exclusive of looking at ways to improve. I think it was just making sure that all of those things are included as part of the study. So we'll have all the information, not just the information to improve the variability among labs. And finally, I'm being a little time limited, so I couldn't go into depth on a number of other issues, but the takeaway in terms of our perspective is that CASA supports option 3 for both of the reasonable potential questions, and then on the stereo issue, option 3, and sort of we need to talk about the parameters of option 4, but we're certainly interested in finding some consensus on pursuing that. I'd also say that we support the comments of some other folks who are going to talk water reuse, SCAPS, VIC, Wabakwa, and others on the variety of issues that are listed up there. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Webster?
Thank you. Well, good morning, board members, and my name is Debbie Webster. I'm the executive officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. I'm pretty sure my slides are going to be coming up, but in the meantime, I would really like to thank the board and board staff and Caitlin from California Coastkeeper and my fellow panel members and other POTWs that we work with, especially in the Central Valley, in working on these issues with us and really addressing some of these issues. Today, I really want to focus on small facilities. I've got some powerhouses up here that deal with a lot bigger. We have a few big ones, but we, as you heard earlier by your staff, is that we have the predominance of small facilities in our region. And so, okay, I think I must have done something wrong. Let me try this. let's try this. Oh, there we go. I got it. So just an outline of what I'd like to talk about. First, I really want to support what Adam just talked to you about today, some of the panel members. We might have some of our Civiqua members that come up here today and really would like to support their comments. But again, I want to focus my comments today on issues related to small and especially the very small POTWs. A lot of our focus was on those that were had a permitted flow of 1 MGD or less, and the reason we picked that is because it was an area where we could draw a line, even though there, as was spoken about earlier, you do have facilities that operate in that range that are permitted much higher than that. But what we did is when we looked at this, we saw the biggest impact of this policy being towards these POTWs. So that's why I want to focus on that. My comments are really going to be talking about reduced monitoring for those very small POTWs, providing some additional time to do, if you have to do accelerated monitoring, rather than trying to get that done in a 1-month time period. And then while this study is going on, excluding these small POTWs from the Daphnia monitoring, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then again, the reasonable potential issue. Right now, there is a cutoff for the under 5. However, the way that it's done is not consistent with how our other water quality objectives and reasonable potential analysis are done. And then if there is, I might briefly touch upon, as we were talking about, along with the reasonable potential and the option, what happens when you already have numeric limits. We do have a few POTWs that have numeric limits in there, but they're based upon a effluent limit of a trigger, and so it's a little bit different than some of the other regions that already have a TST, have a different procedure set up. So, and then happy to take questions. So I was hoping this was going to come out a little bit better, but hopefully you can see this well. This is this slide shows the Central Valley outlined in green. We are actually a very large region in the state. That all said is our population is not huge, and we do have the predominance of small and very small agencies. Our blue dots are those under 1. The orange dots are the 1 to 5. And just as a perspective-wise, we have over 50% of the agencies that are less than 1 MGD are in the Central Valley, and over a third that are between that 1 and 5 that are in the Central Valley. So we do have a very big predominance of those agencies, and again, those are the ones that are most impacted. For the Central Valley, our treatment levels for those discharging to surface waters are high. The predominance of the small, again, these are the small, but this would also mirror our larger agencies, our medium and larger agencies, are tertiary treatment. Those that are secondary and advanced secondary typically have a lot of dilution. They may not be discharging quite as often, but when they are doing it during dilution. Or in the case of some of the advanced secondary is that they do have filters, they just might not meet a Title 22 requirement. So it wouldn't meet the Title 22 2.223 requirements for recycled water. As was stated earlier, and I'll say it again, is that most of our very small agencies now do not monitor at a quarterly basis. And in fact, that's true of even our larger agencies. Most of them are going to see an increase in chronic toxicity monitoring based upon the proposed policy. When we looked at our analysis, we didn't look at the acute analysis. We looked at what the language said with the acute. There is a lot of discretion. And in fact, it's again even though there's statements that say acute monitoring chronic monitoring is likely protective, it does require the regional board to provide additional justifications for not using acute monitoring. There's not a guarantee, and so really we're not sure where it's going to end up. We would obviously hope that the chronic monitoring would be enough, but we really don't know. So when we did our analysis, we really did our analysis based upon the chronic monitoring. And we see that except in the case, in our Central Valley POTWs, which are those very small ones, there's 28 of them, and except for 3 of them, everybody, the rest of them are going to see an increase, and some very, very significant increase in the chronic monitoring requirements. We did an estimate that where we used and these are just taking those small agencies that we looked at through a special study that we did, looking at the cost of what their monitoring costs are now. And these are, when I say now, these were actually based upon a couple years ago. Some have, in that blue bar, some might be a lot smaller. They may be way down there. The ones that are quarterly are going to be up there, and there's going to be a lot of in between. But this is an average based upon all of them. What happens is with the proposed policy, especially with Daphnia, the cost, we anticipate that the top costs are going to increase significantly, whereas with selenastrum on a quarterly basis, they will increase a little bit, but not as much. However, if you take that and you put it on a semi-annual basis, it would be about the same if they were required to go on a semi-annual basis. And so really the idea of cost neutrality is very important to us, partially because these communities are the least able to afford these types of changes. They have a lot of requirements that are either there or coming down the pike for them. And so really it is a matter of, and part of the decisions you'll need to make is what's, do we get additional value? And can we give the regional board the discretion to look at these guys on a case-by-case basis and really make those judgments? And Board Member D'Adamo, I appreciate the suggestion that you made is starting them lower and justifying for higher, because that really does go a long way to help them. So going back to my map, and in order to answer some questions, just to let you know, as most of our POTWs, because we do such a high level of treatment, we're more in the $75 to $125 per month. Some are much higher than that, $225 to $250, some are less. Overall POTWs in the state, I couldn't tell you for sure, but if you add in our land dischargers, that average drops way down to 50 or below. So they are paying a lot higher than the Central Valley average, but in general. But the impact really varies so much by size and by the treatment facility and what facilities they have in the number of areas. So I'm going to give you 4 examples, and hopefully, there it is. Hopefully this will help a little bit. Now, I'm going to tell you, we looked at these and they were very gross. We didn't go way deep into the rates of each of them, but just to give you an idea of what kind of costs that we might see at some of these agencies. So let me see if I can point. No, that's not going to work. Okay, so just to let you know, Alturas, which is up in the very north part of the state, they currently under their existing permit, they're around a little over 11,000 per year. In order to do chronic toxicity monitoring, they would almost double to about $21.7 thousand per year. Tehama, which is a little bit below them, they're a little bit they're by Red Bluff. They're a small agency of about 3,000 people. We would see them actually increase from about 22,000. So this would be someone that would be doing something once a permit term to going to quarterly to, excuse me, I said 22,000, 2,200 to about 18,000. That's the kind of difference you would see if you were doing once a permit term to quarterly. City of Rio Vista, which is out in the Delta, very small area too. They are about 10,000 a year. They would double to about 20,000. And then San Andreas, which is kind of outside of Stockton area, foothills, we looked at them, they would increase from about 5,000 to 20,000. So we're seeing some pretty significant increases. Most of these agencies are small. Most of them don't have more than 3,000 to 5,000 people that they're serving. And so these things matter to them. One of the issues that I did want to also show on this slide is that, and talk about within this slide is, although I think they said that there was a 20 some odd plants or labs within the state of California, there are only 9 that do all 3 of our freshwater species. And most of those are located in the Bay Area or in Southern California. And there is logistic issues in order for our labs to go, get the samples, get the renewals, get them to the lab, and get them in a timely manner in the way that happens. And there's cost involved. Many of our very small agencies usually are contracting out in order to get these jobs done. If you don't pre-plan those areas, getting someone there, getting them to come back, ends up actually exasperating their costs. And so when we looked at the bar charts we provided, those would show you some of those things. So one of the things we are highly recommending is that additional time to take those 2 samples outside of that monthly period, or 2 extra samples if needed, could be extended for those, especially for those small agencies. But I think that this is a common problem across the board. And then finally, we wanted to make sure within the small POTWs that Cereodaphnia ends up, and I'm going to go ahead and go back again to that. Cereodaphnia ends up being a large cost factor, and there are a lot of uncertainties. And so during this period, we're asking that they actually don't use that species, that they use the next sensitive species to monitor, because going into if you get triggered into a TIE, TRE situation, it's extremely expensive. And then finally, our last ask was, again, regarding reasonable potential. Right now, it's the 10% that is, and I can't tell you which options off the top of my head, but the using of the 10% is very, it deviates from what we typically do. It also it's also extremely conservative and would bring additional POTWs under that area, and has the cost too of, because you have an effluent limit, has the additional monitoring cost as we talked about there. So using a more traditional approach of reasonable potential and what we typically do, which would be using the percent effect that is part of the objective rather than a different objective, determining reasonable potential for all POTWs rather than just doing automatic effluents. Those all have cost impacts, and yet don't really have a difference in protecting water quality. And so when we talk about yes, this might be easier. Yes, it might be easier for staff, but as we look at our public resources and those agencies that we represent, it's their resources too, and the people of the state. So I am happy to, I think that was my last slide, answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. Mr. Jepson.
Actually, I have a quick,
of
just
course.
clarifying
Board
question.
member.
So on the last point on reasonable potential, isn't option 1 allowing reasonable potential for all the small systems anyway? And it's just option 2 that would, maybe I'm...
So yeah, right now, the way the policy is written is reasonable potential would be based upon 5 or less MGD. So that does, that does, in that sense, do that. What the next part is reasonable potential is not just who the analysis is done with. That 10% effect actually really does make a difference, and especially as you look at Cereodaphnia and the variability and the whole reason why we're doing this study. When you go down to those levels where we're already having problems with an issue, it just basically, we think it's going to trigger most agencies into reasonable potential just by what we've been seeing.
For the clarification.
I actually have a question as well. So Thank you very much for articulating some of the concerns about the smaller POTWs. I appreciate that, especially as it relates to increased monitoring costs. So I got a little confused in the number of labs that were certified to do the testing. You had 9, and I heard earlier 23. So I was just wondering if we could better understand what that is, because it did look like some of them were quite far away from where some of the POTWs are.
Yeah, so I don't have the list in front of me, but there are 23 labs accredited to do toxicity testing in the state. They aren't all accredited to do all species. So I think what Debbie's referring to is, she probably looked into, there are 9 that can do Cereodaphnia, or all 3 freshwater species. I'm not sure what the comment was.
It's all 3, but I think Cereodaphnia is the limiting of the species. But I will tell you, there's probably people on this panel that even know better than I do on that one.
Thanks.
Jepson.
Hi, I'm Steve Jepson, Executive Director for the Southern California Alliance of Publicly Owned Treatment Works, SCAP. To the entire state board, board members and staff, thanks for helping us protect water quality in the state. I think we're all doing a great job, and we appreciate your help with that. Also, thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today on these toxicity provisions. We also want to commend Karen Mogus and her staff for the outreach and engagement opportunities we've had so far. We've definitely made some progress, but from a SCAP perspective, we have a few significant issues to address, and we're craving some more meaningful, long-duration engagement on those issues. So I'm not a chemist or a toxicologist or a statistician. There are elements of this policy that are definitely confusing. My background is 38 years of wastewater project delivery, from individual designs to large construction projects to entire capital improvement programs. And I've seen many successes and failures throughout that time. A consistent recipe for failure is when there's optimism around a weak link in the system. And these toxicity provisions are like a system. And we see a weak link associated with the TST and Cerio combination. And I think we have been dancing around that weak link. There's strong acknowledgement among the regulated community and staff. Hence, we've seen proposals for a study to further investigate that. We've heard about the attractive nature of the TST is the simplicity of the test, but the simplicity is at the expense of accuracy, and it obfuscates the full test picture. It's less pixels in the picture instead of more. We appreciate that there is an offer to do a study while the provisions are advanced and passed, but we're uncomfortable without knowing the exact study scope, the requirements. What would the requirements be for accuracy or reliability with this test? We think this is an optimistic experiment with several SCAP members and other California permittees bearing the brunt of the risk. This unknown is not acceptable to SCAP. We've heard EPA and Fish and Wildlife wanting an invertebrate such as Cerio as an indicator to protect the water environment and fisheries. We fully support that. There are tests and mechanisms and species available to provide that protection besides the TST and Cerio. We have an opportunity to fix this weak link in the provisions now. We're requesting additional engagement with regards to other methods available, how to craft the provisions to include Cerio as a trigger while still being protective of water quality. We're recommending or asking for more engagement on this particular topic. The engagement to date has been great, but it's been very time limited. Sometimes we're cherry picking data points or statistics just to get our point across in this limited time, rather than getting together in a room, showing all of our cards and discussing the exact nature of where some of these data points are coming from and what are the strengths and weaknesses of those. Staff's been working on this program for 16 years. I feel like we're rushing to a finish line right now. We're almost there, and it would be great to address these weak links head on, fix them, and have a robust and reliable program. And with that, I would like to turn over the rest of the presentation to Melissa Thorne.
Thank you. I'm Melissa Thorne from Downey Brand, representing SCAP and some others today. I am going to walk back in history because although Tam has probably listened to me more times than she ever wanted to on this topic, there's some new faces on the board, and so I think it's helpful to give a little bit of history. So just to let you know that before the early 2000s, so the Clean Water Act was adopted in the 70s, so that was 30 years of regulation. That POTWs were regulated by receiving water limits and narrative effluent limits. And in that time, good things happened. Yes, there was toxicity that was found, and all the treatment plants in Los Angeles went to nitrification, denitrification to deal with ammonia, because ammonia was causing the toxicity in those effluent-dominated water bodies. That was without the need for a numeric effluent limit. Also, in the fall, when they would see spikes of lindane from kids going back to school and getting lice, they went to the legislature and got lindane banned. So you don't need a numeric effluent limit to urge this trade association and these POTWs that are public servants to do the right thing. In the early 2000s, the LA Regional Board thought differently and said, no, we need to put in numeric chronic toxicity effluent limits for POTWs. And there were several appeals because of that, and there's 4 precedential decisions that are binding on all the regional boards, or supposed to be, regarding narrative effluent limits and numeric triggers for accelerated monitoring. So between 2003-ish and 2012-ish, everything was fairly non-controversial. As to quote Dave Smith from EPA, the sky did not fall during that time period. So now we're in a different situation. We have numerous appeals sitting in abeyance. I think there's over 11 of them from Region 4, which has TST numeric limits. There's at least one from Region 2, which was a numeric limit, but not based on TST. And there's likely to be more from Region 9 coming soon. And most, but not all of these, relate to the use of tests of significant toxicity, which is a guidance document. It's not a regulation. The others challenge the limits because they're not consistent with either the TMDL that was done for toxicity that was supposed to be based on toxicity units, and in ignoring those TMDLs, they adopted the permits with TST. Or because the ocean plan says use NOAC, and they're not. So instead of chastising the regional boards for ignoring these basin plan, ocean plan provisions and not complying with the precedential orders, the proposed toxicity unit provisions say, oh, don't worry about that. It's okay. Just, we're just going to move forward from that. What is the point of having precedential orders if you don't enforce them? So here are those precedential orders. And the first one was in 2003 that talks about that you should have a narrative effluent limit and a numeric trigger, so that if you hit the numeric trigger, then you figure out what's causing the toxicity. Unlike other pollutants, toxicity is not a pollutant, it's an effect. So you got to figure out what's causing that effect. So having an effluent limit for toxicity doesn't do anything until you figure out what's causing the toxicity. So the real thing that you want to do is try to figure it out and then go after that. So if it's for, say, it's copper, then you go and figure out where the copper's coming from and fix that problem. Just requiring somebody to pay mandatory minimum penalties or in this case, discretionary penalties, because mandatory minimum penalties don't apply to toxicity limits, and suffer through citizen suits for your toxic water, which may not even be toxic, is a problem. And that's why all through these different permits and the permit appeals, they found that it was infeasible to have numeric limits for all these reasons. The same reason why they're saying it's infeasible for the pesticide permit, which is actually putting toxics into the water to kill things. The 2008 order realized that these tests are highly uncertain, and it says they're at best prone to some degree of inaccuracy due to factors beyond practicable control. And it's particularly true for wet tests because they're high inherent variability of test organisms and test environmental conditions. And this is for acute and chronic alike. So the state board in 2008 realized there are problems with these tests, and you're holding people civilly and potentially criminally liable if you put these in their permit when they're not accurate. So in 2008, and then followed up in the 2012 precedential order, it said, pending the adoption of this policy, this is how we're going to do limits in California. We're going to give you a narrative limit. We're going to give you a numeric benchmark to trigger accelerated monitoring. We're going to have these rigorous TIE, TRE things. If you don't do it, you're in violation of your permit. And then you had a reopener to put in a numeric limit, presumably for the chemical that you find that was causing the toxicity. But not all the regional boards are following this. And the reason to do a toxicity policy was to have consistency. And even with the new policy, there's not consistency, because as you saw from that chart, not everybody's going to be treated the same, and that's not right. So the use of the TST actually violates federal law. Under federal rules, MPDS permits have to comply with the Part 136 rules. And I put a couple of the citations about how you have to do the monitoring, you have to do compliance determinations based on Part 136 methods. The TST is not a promulgated method. It's a guidance document from 2010 that's never been proposed or adopted as an amendment, even though these rules have been amended 3 times since the 2010 guidance document came out. If EPA loves it so much and thinks it's so wonderful, they should promulgate it and then you can use it. But until then, you cannot use it unless you get an alternative test procedure, and that has been challenged successfully the last time the state tried to do that, and we currently have a case pending at the Ninth Circuit against the use of the TST against EPA. So there's a lot going on, and here's how the TST is unlawful. So the Part 136 requirements are on the left. The TST provisions are on the right. On the left, the hypothesis test for the TST says you should presume water's toxic. But the Part 136 methods don't do that. They say, we're going to presume it's not toxic, and you have to prove to me that it's toxic. This was the issue with recycled water. Nobody wants to presume that recycled water is toxic. It's just a bad public policy decision. The Part 136 method only approves of 4 statistical procedures, and they're in the little footnote down there. Yes, there are others, the TST is others, but it only approved of those 4, and you cannot go outside of those boundaries. It only prescribes 2 endpoints, NOAC and IC25, and does not recommend pass-fail. Specifically, has those words, and TST uses pass-fail. And it requires 5 concentrations plus a control, whereas the TST only looks at 1 concentration against a control. Here is the text of Part 136 in the chart, and you can see for chronic toxicity, NOAC or IC25% effluent, but no reference to TST. We've provided other alternatives that we thought over these last 17 years that we could talk about, and they just keep getting put under the rug. One is just, let's do what the presidential order said. It was working. It's working. Why do we need to change that? We can have a narrative effluent limit or a narrative effluent limit just like you do with the trash provisions. The trash provisions were adopted by this same board as a narrative effluent limit with numeric backstop. And the numeric backstop here is a trigger for doing a TIE, TRE. If you don't like that, other one is let's actually use the promulgated rules. Let's use ICEC 25 or NOAC. We can have the same 25% regulatory management decision. It would be consistent with the ocean plan and its recommended approach in EPA's own rules. Or we could have another alternative of maintaining the narrative effluent limits, or even maybe the maximum daily effluent limit that's proposed as a 50% survival endpoint, and use the TST for a trigger, just not for permit compliance. These are alternatives that we've put out there that we are perfectly happy to work with, and those, there's just no ability to take TST off the table. So we think this is the wrong solution to a non-problem. POTWs are not the problem for toxicity. And this is from the Swamp Toxicity in California Waters report that came out in October of 2011 that says swamp monitoring shows that pesticides are the primary cause of toxicity. POTW is not a huge discharger of pesticides. That's stormwater, irrigation water, and other people that are spraying pesticides. But this non-regulatory report laid the course for going down the TST path, and I think we need to talk about whether that's the right path, whether we want to put our house of cards on top of a shaky foundation of the TST. If we're successful in challenging the TST, then it may not be a valid thing for the state to use, and yet you'd have it, and you'd have to go back and redo the whole thing. Why don't we just work on using the promulgated methods and move forward from there? Thank you.
Thank you. And just quick time check, about 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Lori Infono. I'm the Regulatory Program Manager for Bay Area Clean Water Agencies, and my colleagues here have gone very broad. I'm going to bring one very small specific issue to your attention that only impacts the San Francisco Bay Area. Is my slide coming up? Well, I can give you an introduction while we figure this out. So back in 2016, BACWA worked with our Regional Water Board, Region 2, to look at our portfolio of monitoring requirements. And what we saw was we were doing a lot of monitoring that didn't really give us any informational value. They were based on priority pollutants that had been developed in the 70s. And so we developed the alternate monitoring requirements, or the AMR, in 2016, and it was adopted then. And so the philosophy was it allowed us to transfer resources that had been used for this unnecessary monitoring to our regional monitoring program. And one of those tests that we stopped doing was sensitive species screening. So we'd been doing sensitive species screening since the 1990s. All our agencies had done 3 or 4 rounds. And because we have a lot of dilution in our region and very low toxicity, we were in this situation where Regional Water Board staff was looking at the data from the sensitive species screening and trying very hard to figure out what they could use in these low toxicity or no toxicity data sets to figure out which would be the most sensitive species. So this funding, which is $30,000 per agency over 5 years, or $180,000 in total per year for all agencies, was used to augment the CEC studies fund at the RMP. And it made a huge difference in the scope of work that they have been able to accomplish in the last few years. So we take that CEC's data, and it gives us information about things that might contribute to toxicity in the future. So they've studied pharmaceuticals, pesticides, they're working on microplastics. I don't know if any of you tuned in to the microplastic symposium yesterday. This is very high value work, and we're very proud of how we're using these funds in the Bay Area. And so obviously we're very concerned about having these funds removed. And just, before moving on, I wanted to say that the results of these studies, BACWA uses to fund educational outreach campaigns, so the No Drugs Down the Drain. We have a great flea and tick control section on our website, baywise.org, to address pyrethroids and fipronil, and we're looking to be contributing funding to outreach and advocacy on microplastics and PFAS in the coming fiscal year. So, we can pat ourselves on the back on how enlightened we are. We met with staff on a couple of days ago. I came up here with Region 2 staff to say, hey, what can we do to be able to retain this funding? So if you look at the wording that's up on the screen, the reason that this hasn't been brought up before is because we had interpreted the language in the October version to allow us to continue to be able to defer the sensitive species screening. So the language does recognize that we can avoid that test if we participate in a regional monitoring program approved by the permitting authority. Previously, it said if we had already done a valid species sensitivity screening using test methods and statistical analysis required by these provisions. So we interpreted that to mean if we had used the EPA methods and interpreted them using the TST, which we can do. That's apparently not what Karen and her staff meant at the time, so they had clarified to say that we needed to have a sensitive species sensitivity screening in accordance with section IVB 2A3. So the difference between what the provisions require and what we've been doing is the provisions require 3 species and 4 rounds. We've been doing 3 species and 3 rounds, and we've done that. We have done that 3 or 4 times per agency. So we can provide an extensive data set that shows that after a species is switched after a sensitive species screening, there's no change in toxicity, that the toxicity that agencies have seen has, if we looked at it, the IWC would not cause an exceedance, as well as that toxicity has been very low across the board. And so we were requesting that the board give staff direction to add a provision to allow us to continue to carve out the exception to the sensitive species screening provisions here and basically allow our regional water board discretion to determine when a sensitive species screening is necessary.
Thank you. No comment from board members currently. It is now 11:30. We haven't yet taken a bio break. I would like to get through our public comment speakers and then allow the board to have discussion, ask questions, and provide clear direction to staff. Let's go ahead and take a quick bio break now then. We'll come back, finish the speaker cards, and have that discussion. Really appreciate the panel and the comments so far. Thank you. We'll come back here then 11:45. Take a quick 15-minute break. Thanks.
I know, we did, and now I understand, I was gonna why.
There are like 7 different ways.
The month.
Okay, everyone. I think we'll gather back here now. It's 11:47. Please take your seats, and I'm sure you're having a very productive conversation, it can be taken outside. I would like to call up now then Caitlin Kalua with the California Coastkeeper Alliance. Caitlin's requested 10 minutes. We'll see how long
I would say,
we'll
yeah,
give
I'll
you
do my
10.
best to
We'll
keep
give
it
you
within
10.
10 minutes. A lot to cover.
There is a lot to cover. We'll let you have 10. And after Caitlin will be Charles LaSalle from Water Reuse.
Well, thank you. Good morning. It's still morning. Chair SWRCB, members of the board. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I'm the policy analyst with the California Coastkeeper Alliance. Provide my comments also in tandem with Heal the Bay, who's been our colleague on this issue, well, since 2003, maybe before. And we sincerely appreciate the efforts your staff have taken today in strengthening these provisions and essentially ensure they're protective of the cumulative impacts of toxicity in California's waterways. Despite some of the comments received today, we do want to reiterate that TST is a scientifically and legally sound approach that has our full support. And given that it's been 15 years to get to this point, I just want to reiterate our support. That's why we're here. And moving on to the workshop topics. Workshop topic number 1. This is determining which dischargers will have effluent limitations and monitoring requirements for chronic toxicity. Stormwater, well, this is one where we do agree with some comments received earlier today that stormwater and agricultural discharges are known sources of toxicity in California's water bodies. To address the ongoing presence of toxicity in California's waterways, chronic effluent limitations and monitoring requirements should be established for all dischargers. Further, given the pervasive presence of chemicals and other pollutants in the built environment, including increasing contaminants of emerging concern, any discharge has a reasonable potential to cause or contribute to toxicity. We recommend your board select option number 2 to establish chronic effluent limitations monitoring requirements for all non-stormwater discharges. Alternatively, review option number 1 as a compromise to maintain the draft provisions as currently written and ensure all non-stormwater discharges conduct a reasonable potential analysis for toxicity. Regardless of the option chosen, we encourage your board to direct staff to address toxicity testing requirements for additional discharges following the adoption of these provisions, but of course not to delay these provisions based on that point. But again, the work continues. Workshop topic number 2, reasonable potential analysis. To achieve the state board's goal of a statewide consistency and to promote the protection of ecological health, it's critical that the final provisions require toxicity monitoring and effluent limitations in all NPDES permits, regardless of reasonable potential findings. As stated before, given that any discharger has the reasonable potential to cause or contribute to toxicity due to increasing unknown contaminants, the final provision should eliminate the use of RPA to determine whether toxicity limits apply. Despite our preference that there simply be no RPA, we do support options 1 and 3 as a compromise. At a minimum, option 1 should be selected to maintain the draft provisions as currently written to determine reasonable potential on any fail at the IWC or percent effective 10%, but certainly no greater to ensure the potential for toxicity is identified. Workshop topic number 3. At the core of today's discussion, we do support the TST approach to provide a transparent determination of toxicity with greater confidence. Numeric effluent limits are a critical backstop to ensure that unacceptable levels of toxicity are prevented and ultimately addressed. We have carefully considered each option before the board today, and we are unable to support option 4 as currently drafted because it does not use C-dubia for compliance when it's identified as the most sensitive species, and this option simply is not protective of aquatic health. First, requiring an MDEL with numeric water quality objectives may identify toxic conditions, but as was discussed previously and confirmed by staff, will not identify the detrimental effects of chronic exposure to toxic conditions that would otherwise be found with the MMEL compliance tests. The use of C-dubia as a trigger for toxicity testing that would simply require further investigation is not appropriate and is inconsistent with the use of effluent limits. Dischargers must be held accountable for their effluent discharge, and at a minimum, a TRE must be initiated where 2 violations are detected in a single month or within 2 consecutive calendar months to not only identify the cause of the effluent toxicity, but to actually address and eliminate the source of that toxicity. Further, the proposed provisions provide a number of safeguards against poor samples and test interferences. These include the use of a test acceptability criteria, which actually replaces an MMEL compliance test when it's outside the discharger's purview as far as the quality of that sample being tested. There's further discretion physically in these provisions that allow another test species to be used when a discharger encounters an unresolvable test interference or cannot secure a reliable source of test organisms. Finally, the inherent structure of TST and the proposed provisions as drafted protect dischargers from violations, given that a single fail does not constitute a violation nor trigger a TRE. Critically, C. dubia is the only freshwater invertebrate species used to test toxicity. Without the use of C. dubia to determine compliance where C. dubia is identified as the most sensitive species, chronic toxicity testing will not be adequately protective of aquatic health. Again, we explore these options, vetted them thoroughly, and that is our conclusion today. Finally, recent scientific literature supports the use of C. dubia. A peer-reviewed study that was referenced earlier today was attached as an appendix to our written comments on C. dubia, has outlined the range of laboratory variability. This study was released early this year, very recent, and specifically found that half the laboratories studied achieve approximately a 5% false positive rate, very high accuracy. Meanwhile, the other half could achieve that 5% positive rate simply with more replication. The study has been attached and it was discussed earlier today. Finally, we are aware that there are relatively few laboratories certified to conduct C. dubia testing and are very aware of both the geographic and potential monetary burdens. We would like to emphasize that there may be methods to employ that individual dischargers could use to actually meet the same MML requirements that may be less burdensome. I'm unsure of how many physically, maybe that could be in next inquiry, they're actually hand-delivered versus maybe mailed, or maybe coordinated with other dischargers to actually all maybe coordinate the delivery of certain samples depending on the geographic region. One more anecdote. I know in the workshops that we attended that staff had spoken with different laboratories that are certified for the use of C. dubia testing. And despite the number and the influx that they can handle the additional monitoring tests that may be coming in. So in our perspective, it's not a capacity issue for the laboratories, but there could be other methods to get these samples to those labs. Given our support of option one, I do want to say that given the removal of the small disadvantage community exemption in the latest draft of the provisions, we do recommend the following in addition to option one, so perhaps a compromise position. We suggest the State Board direct staff to provide parameters for the currently vague definition of an insignificant discharger, which should include the following factors. Perhaps it's the size of the effluent outfall, for example, less than 1 million gallons per day. The presence of industrial activities within the POTW's jurisdiction. Level of the treatment plant, is it tertiary versus secondary? And this is not an or, a demonstrated performance of that facility, for example, a consistent pass of toxicity testing in order to determine whether that facility is indeed a very low threat to water quality, which is now the current definition threshold. So again, fleshing out what is that very low threat to water quality, and perhaps we can address some of the concerns and burdens that were expressed earlier today for these smaller POTWs. Regarding the study, first, if a study is to be pursued, we firmly believe it should not impact the use of C. dubia for compliance tests for any non-stormwater MPDS discharger, given the high rate of laboratory accuracy that can be achieved for C. dubia, and given the inherent safeguards already included in the provisions. We strongly recommend that any study pursued be limited in scope and in duration to provide recommendations that will improve laboratory test performance for C. dubia. And the study should also be designed by an expert panel to provide recommendations to laboratories conducting toxicity testing for C. dubia and provide recommendations to the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. I have 1.5 minutes, and I will use that to highlight 3 additional policy areas, if I may. First being species sensitivity screening timing. We've seen, as currently written, the draft provisions allow this species sensitivity screening to be conducted at a minimum of once every 10 years. However, we found that, however, Region 4 has successfully implemented the TST method with this screening conducted every other year to evaluate changes in direct toxicity as well as the bioaccumulative effects on organisms. We respectfully request that this timing also be within that framework to provide discretion to the permitting authority to require screening every other year, but at a minimum that the species sensitivity screening be conducted once every 5 years rather than 10, so it ensures it's captured in every permit cycle, renewal, reissuance. Final 41 seconds. We've got the reduced monitoring frequency eligibility and reduced monitoring frequency during a TRE. Essentially, we do not want to see reduced monitoring. We simply due to the frequency of given that contaminants of emergency concern are entering into our water systems. We want to make sure we actually capture those. I can go into more detail. I'm happy to follow up. In conclusion, we've waited over 15 years for statewide toxicity provisions, and that numerous concessions have already been made over the course of these past 15 years that have led to the provisions before you today. We respectfully request your consideration of our comments to ensure these provisions are not further weakened and result in actual protections of aquatic health. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think I might have misheard,
Sure.
and so I'd like clarification.
Yes.
And with respect to the issue of reasonable potential threshold, I thought I heard you said that you would support option 1 or option 3?
And that is one we've internally gone back and forth on. And my colleague I know is watching via webinar. Option 1, I know the minimum should be upheld in that you want to have the reasonable potential. It's not only testing at IWC, you have that potential plus the additional 10% effect to.
It's an or, not an and, right?
That's
option
correct.
1 is an or.
That's correct.
So option 1 is establish reasonable potential when any test results fail, or, right? And option 3 is just simply when it fails.
When it fails, there's your reasonable potential.
It doesn't have the 10%.
Correct.
Okay, you're sure about that?
I will look to the ether of my colleagues, and if there's a comment, I highly recommend an email be sent to our lovely clerk. But that is, as of this morning, that is our position, yes.
And as of this morning, you no longer support option 4 on issue 3.
We never fully supported option 4. No, I mean, we were physically in the workshop. We did not support it then. Written comment, we did not support option 4. We have simply spent the last 4+ weeks truly vetting the individual options within option 4, specifically the MDEL and MMEL compliance issue for those that don't already test for C. dubia, and just looking for where is that other threshold? And for us, we landed at option 1, again, with that expanded definition for an insignificant discharger.
Thank you. Well, I'm always happy to see the Coastkeeper Alliance in agreement with discharger. I would suggest you confirm your
Yes,
support
thank you.
for option 3 under issue 2.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? So on issue 3, option 4.
Yes.
Would you say that Coastkeeper Alliance is open to additional discussion about language that may be amenable? Because as I understand the proposal, and as it was explained to me today, to everyone today, the MDEL is still a numeric effluent limit for chronic toxicity. It still is a compliance point, and the MMEL would be used for a triggering mechanism. So in my mind, as the C. dubia study is completed, there will still be a number of different, provisions in place to be protective.
That's the exact point that we were spending time to vet over the past few weeks, and the conclusion was that the MDEL is not protective of the MMEL, whereas that is in reverse. It's true, the MMEL can be protective of the MDEL. The MDEL has an additional 50% effect, whereas the MMEL is not based on any percent effect at all. It's simply, well, other than TSC method. But going in and you're taking those sequential tests, that's what is actually indicative of the chronic effects of toxicity. And that's what we found in the last few weeks. And that's the piece. That's why I unfortunately can't come, well, I won't say unfortunately, but for aquatic health, I can't say that we support that option.
Thank you, Ms. Kalua. Next up, Charles LaSalle.
Hi, thank you, Chair and members of the board. I'm Charles LaSalle. I work with Water Reuse California. First, I would like to thank staff for the numerous workshops, making themselves available for in-person meetings and phone calls. It was extremely helpful. This is a complicated issue, and it was very helpful to be able to meet in person to have individual questions clarified. Water Reuse California is supportive of the board. We want to thank CASA and Adam Link in particular for putting up the panel. And we support the comments of the panel. With that said, we do need to reiterate that public perception is a major issue for recycled water, as a great deal of time and effort has been spent by agencies assuring the public that recycled water is safe. Toxic and toxicity are strong negative words. We are concerned about the public perception of recycled water being labeled as such, and the potential negative impact on the recycled water brand. Again, I just want to reiterate, we are supportive of CASA's comments, and we ask that an exception for recycled water be considered. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. And I know there has been a tremendous amount of resources and discussion and trust built up in the water recycling community with Californians, with communities. And I know that it's always, when we update our water recycling policies, there is always a constituency and folks that are concerned about what, particularly with emerging contaminants of concern, with the increasing complexity and understanding of those wastewater streams. I'd like to think, though, that in adopting and embracing the toxicity provisions, it's yet another assurance to Californians that no, it's not that it's being labeled, recycled water is labeled necessarily toxic in this case, but that these safeguards can be critical to help us understand when there might be things in the environment that we don't yet know to regulate to or to understand. And so it's yet another level of safeguard. So maybe embracing it as well can help with that. And we're here to help with that messaging. So I appreciate that and understand all the great work and investment that's been made in California around that. So I appreciate it. Next, I'll call up Ann Heil from the LA County Sanitation District, who will be followed by Rebecca Franklin from the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. Hello, Ann.
Good morning. I'm Ann Heil. I'm with the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. I'd like to start this morning by thanking the board for this opportunity to provide input today. We do appreciate that the Water Board staff have made a number of positive changes to the policy since we've started on this long journey, and most recently, the clarifying language that was added about the acute toxicity testing. We do believe that regulations need to be based on test methods that will ensure reliable, accurate results, and we still don't believe that the Serio Daphnia dubia reproduction endpoint meets that standard at this time. This endpoint has always been troublesome. I've spoken to you about it before. It's a difficult endpoint because you're testing these female water fleas to see how many young they have, and that young can vary from 15 to 45 in any brood done by a mother. So that's a 300% spread, so you have to run a whole bunch of them to try to get it down within the 25% effect level that you are measuring to and regulating to. So it's always been a difficult endpoint. Some people see it as more sensitive, but it isn't necessarily more sensitive for everything. It really is very difficult to regulate down in that noise of a test. The problems with it have been confirmed through several different studies that looked at non-toxic samples in particular. They found in 8 to 55% of the blank samples, confirmed lab blank samples, showed toxicity. Those studies may have been limited in scope, but I think they really do point to still a very big problem with this test. Because of that, our overall position is that we should not be regulating with numeric effluent limits on this Serio reproduction endpoint at this time. I'd like to underscore what Charles LaSalle just said. We have a very robust recycle water program. We recycle over 100,000 acre feet per year, and we are concerned that the public will get confused that something may be toxic to an aquatic organism, but is perfectly safe to drink. You can fail a Serio test very easily just by having the wrong balance of minerals in your water. A person drinking the water won't even notice. Nothing at all wrong to their health, but you could fail a toxicity test, and people will mix these up. So I think there would be a lot of help needed on the branding to keep that confusion from going forward. We do support the test. We're very pleased to see that it's included all the options, and we were really, really pleased to hear what Karen had to say this morning, Karen Mogus, that they will be looking at whether the test does give you the right answer on the blank samples. That's very important to us. We do support option 4. It will hit us very hard. We have 7 plants with numeric toxicity limits already. We will get no relief if we go with option 4, but we think it is a good compromise to allow us to acknowledge that there are problems with the Cereodaphnia test as we move forward with the study. We understand that there are people like Coastkeeper that are concerned about not having that Cerio monthly limit, and we are very willing to continue to talk to him to see if we can find something we all agree on. There are things that we could look at, like using the survival endpoint with a 25% effect as a monthly standard, or perhaps adding a second species in there. Or again, we've been regulated with these triggers for the Cereodaphnia monthlies for the last couple decades, and they've been extremely effective. The swamp data, the spot data, they all show that downstream of the POTWs is not where you have your toxicity problem. They've been very effective. People have made changes. They've worked great. All we're asking is that these triggers would stay in place for certain people that don't already have limits during the course of the study. I just want to hit on a couple different items before I close. One has to do with no one's brought it up yet, but the latest draft of the toxicity policy sort of opens the floodgates and says you can use any US EPA method to run your toxicity. We think this is a very bad move. There's a reason that you're supposed to use these 40 CFR Part 136 approved methods to run your tests. They've gone through a public process where people have been allowed to give input on them, and they're more reliable. We're, again, very concerned because we are faced with this criminal liability. We're faced with third-party lawsuits over the toxicity results that we have. Regarding compliance, there has been a huge shift in Region 4 in compliance since the numeric limits have taken effect. Before, we did our triggers, we investigated them, we resolved any issues that may have come up. Now we're getting a number of different violations. So we went from 0, now we have all these toxicity violations. We're not sure all of them are real violations, and it's very troublesome for us as an agency because we believe in 100% compliance all the time. That's our goal, that's what we're expected to meet. 7 seconds, I will mention just really quickly on the Coastkeeper suggestion that you allow flexibility to do most sensitive species screening every 2 years. You really need to think hard about that because as our permits in Region 4 are written right now, we only have to run 1 sensitive species screen. Under the new provision, and that's every 2 years. Under the new one, you have to do a series of 4, and that's every 5 years. So if we have to do 4 every 2 years, that's going to be a lot more than we're already doing. So we're okay with 1 screen every 2 years or the 4 every 5, but we don't want to have to do 4 sets of screening tests every 2 years. We think that would just be a waste of money and not really give any good information. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I was trying to keep up with my notes and I kind of got lost. So on the concern that you had regarding the type of test, the test method, and you referenced a regulation, a test with a number.
The 40 CFR Part 136?
There we go.
Okay, Melissa
The
Thorne
CFR.
talked about this a little bit, but that's the part of the NPDES discharge regulations that address laboratory methods. So it's a whole suite of regulations that talk all about if you're going to use these tests in your NPDES permits, you need to jump through all these hoops and do all these things. In this regulation, there is a table that says we've approved, if you're going to run copper, you can run it using method 1, method 2, method 3, or method 4. Those are the only ones. When you run, if you're going to have an NPDES permit and a limit, only those four. You can't use all the other methods that might be out there in the world for copper. So in order to get on this table of the methods that you can use, it goes through a formal procedure where the methods are put out in 40 CFR or in the Federal Register. They go out for public comment. People can comment on them. They get that feedback back, and then EPA will give a final regulation. So every 2 to 5 years, EPA updates this 40 CFR Part 136. They add new methods on. They take methods off. Right now, as Melissa Form went over, it's our position that the TST never really got into that table. That table said you can use, for Serio, you can use this EPA manual. The manual listed 4 different statistical tests that could be used. None of them were the TST. And then it said you have to report your answer as a % effect for IC25 or a NOAC. So those were the only ways you're supposed to do it. So it's our position that the TST is not covered in that table. So what's happening under the latest change made in the draft regulation said you can use any US EPA approved method. Well, that means that EPA can run off and write a method, and that's fine. They're doing that through their internal processes, but it hasn't gone through a formal Federal Register comment period where everyone says, yes, that method is a robust method, it's accurate, we believe the results from it. Now you can use it in your NPDES permit. And there's that higher bar because there is that criminal liability, there's that third-party liability. So if I'm going to do a research project, I'm going to use whatever method I've got that gives me an answer. It's fine. No one's going to go to jail over that or be subject to huge penalties. To use it in that regulatory framework, it just sets a much higher bar for the test.
Understood. Thank you.
Can I
Staff
clarify
want to
something on
clarify?
that?
Yes.
One of the reasons so this is on page 6 at the bottom of at the bottom of page 6 of the July 25th version of the provisions, and it says that the permitting authority, Table 1 species selected by the permitting authority in accordance with the toxicity provisions and shall follow methods identified in 40 CFR Part 136 or other US EPA approved methods. The reason that we included that was that we do intend to request an alternative test procedure to allow us to just use the 2 concentration tests. And so we've provided that flexibility to get an approval for that alternative test procedure by US EPA to reduce that amount of testing to under our provisions.
You know, and Karen's comment is actually really helpful because I think that issue can be resolved very easily then by just a little language change saying any, any method that has been approved through the ATP process, right? Instead of leaving it so broad, to just say.
It says US EPA approved methods, so.
Yeah, but we've had issues with regional boards in the past about interpreting what that means. So it's been interpreted in our permits in the past to mean any method developed by EPA. Just an EPA staffer develops a method, EPA's name is on the front of it, so that's considered to be an EPA-approved method. So if that's not your intent, that could be clarified.
Hi, this is Elizabeth. In any case, if we wanted to alter Table 1 and the species in Table 1, we would have to go through a rulemaking process, and those type of issues could be vetted in that process. And it's been our contention that the test methods do not prescribe the TST. It does not, do not prescribe a specific statistical method. It just offers that recommendation, so TST is not part of the test method, and we're not changing those test methods.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Rebecca Franklin from Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. You requested 5 minutes, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Rebecca Franklin with the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. I wanted to start by supporting the comments of the POTW panel as well as water use and the other POTWs you'll hear from today. I want to focus my time on the proposed calendar month window for completing both the routine monitoring and the MMEL compliance monitoring. You heard a little bit about this from Civiqua, but we appreciate that staff in the proposed modifications to the regulations that were circulated in July added some additional time for tests that might need to be reevaluated because they don't meet test acceptability criteria. There are other reasons beyond a discharger's control where we could really benefit from some additional time on certain instances to complete all 3 of the required monthly tests when we have to do MMEL compliance monitoring. So an example that relates specifically to the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant is related to conditions in our receiving water. So we do discharge into a section of the Sacramento River that's subject to tidal influences. And so there are conditions where there's either low flow or reverse flow conditions in our receiving water, and we're not allowed to discharge, and we have to retain our effluent on site. So during those diversion conditions, we are unable to collect samples to perform renewal of our chronic whole effluent toxicity testing, and it also affects our ability to complete acute toxicity testing. So if one of these reverse flow conditions happened late in our calendar month where we're completing maybe our 3rd MMEL compliance test for the month, it would definitely affect our ability to complete all 3 within that calendar month period. We'd have to probably cancel a test, order new organisms, and we may miss that 30-day window. And so in these situations, we'd really appreciate if the regional board had some flexibility to provide additional time for us to complete those compliance tests within a reasonable period without us getting MMEL violations. So we just ask that some additional language be added to the provisions to allow for that flexibility in those unusual circumstances. And that's just one example, but that's one that's specific to us. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call Stephen Clark from Pacific Eco Risk.
Chair Esquivel, board members, I am Vice President of Pacific Eco Risk, and we're a service provider for toxicity testing services. And also, I'm the exiting chair of LTAC, and so I figured I'd touch on the lab resource questions that were posed earlier today. Although I wasn't able to dial in and get full access to the ELAP framework that's available online. What I do know is there is in the neighborhood of 27 laboratories that provide toxicity testing services. Of those, about 11 are analytical laboratories that provide acute toxicity testing services. So they wouldn't be able to assist with the chronic services unless they decided to expand on their fields of testing. There are 2 laboratories that are academic, University of California Davis Labs, and they primarily do, or typically do not, take outside contract services, and they work with the state of California primarily. There are 5 public sector laboratories, POTWs, that have their own labs, and as I understand, they also typically don't take work from other municipalities. They focus on their needs. So that leaves in the neighborhood of 9 private sector laboratories that provide the toxicity testing services that include chronics. And of those, about 1 or 2 mostly focus on freshwater testing services. So that leaves you in the neighborhood of 7 to 9 that can achieve the testing needs, are credited for the testing needs that would comply with the list of species that are in the table in the toxicity plan or policy. And so then the other question that was posed is, well, I can't remember which board member, it might have been you, Board Member McGuire, about, the remote service needs. And so, maybe there's a laboratory up there. There's not. There are 3 laboratories in the Bay Area / Sacramento, basically Davis to the North Bay. There are 3 laboratories, I call it in the LA basin. I'm sure the folks from LA will correct me that I'm wrong, but generally that area, 2 in San Diego or in nearby communities, and 1 out in the desert. And primarily, and many of those laboratories have been in business for an extended period of time. There have been a couple upstarts, a couple that have closed in the last couple years. And typically when a business is looking at where to put your footprint, it's where is your market? And the bulk of the market are in highly populated areas that have a lot of communities that have a lot of wastewater plants. And so when one would look at expanding into a more remote area, let's just say Reading, one would expect that you would need, from a business standpoint, to have enough of a market to justify opening the doors, getting accredited, and having a service level to meet the demands. And so from the service level standpoint, ELAP is moving the toxicity testing into what's called a sophisticated technology accreditation framework, which means it's complicated stuff. And the reasons for that are the methods are bulky, a lot of training is needed, a lot of experience is needed to do this well. And there's a spectrum of service options, of course, and some of that stuff's been discussed as needed for the Daphnia special study to improve precision. And so let me give you an example of some of the needs of a laboratory that would just provide chronic Daphnia testing. You're required to culture the species in-house. That's a 7-day-a-week, 365-day a year job. You can stage down a little bit in some effort, but in order to provide the services such as a monthly test and then 2 more tests within the month, you're operating year-round. And so the concept that somebody would open up and just do something for a week, a month, that's no longer really a reasonable framework, whereas some time ago that was pretty reasonable given that the accelerated monitoring was spaced out further. And then also, I think they're also, from the framework of capacity, planning for a laboratory, you have to account for the framework that you're going to have scheduled testing for your clients, potentially spread out over the month based upon region or test species, but you then have to accommodate being able to accomplish the additional 2 tests within 30 days. And so I wanted to kind of just give a little bit of lay of the land, an understanding of the resources that are available, and maybe why there aren't laboratories in some of the remote areas.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cameron Irvine and Paul Bador with City of Roseville, Stockton, Wheatland, Turlock, EDI. A whole host of folks. You can just stand at the mic, I think. Oh, do you have, yeah.
Yeah, we've got some slides. Yeah. All right, I had planned to say good morning, but it's afternoon now. I'm Paul Bador. I'm a senior scientist with Robertson Bryan Incorporated, and I'm here today with my colleague Cameron Irvine, who will finish out the second half of the comments we're providing today on behalf of these dischargers from the Central Valley listed on the slide here. The first comments we would like to make are with regards to the fact that the provisions as currently written would require automatic effluent limits for POTWs permitted at 5 mgd flow or greater. We've talked about that today. Also, those POTWs would be issued monthly monitoring requirements. Now, the rationale provided in the staff report, again, is that these POTWs are required to have a pretreatment program, and the staff report goes on to indicate that such POTWs are likely to have voluminous industrial flows, complex influent, and pollutants affecting operations. And with regards to the monitoring rationale, the concept that's put forth in the staff report is that such POTWs already have monthly or quarterly testing requirements. And so as practitioners in the field of aquatic toxicity, we've led 23 toxicity reduction evaluations since 2004, and only on one occasion have we actually seen industrial or slug flows into a POTW as a cause of toxicity. So other factors are largely typically at role in a TRE. Now, with regards to the pretreatment program, indeed, the 5 mgd threshold is a trigger for a pretreatment program, but that's only if there are pollutants from industrial users that pass through or interfere with that POTW's operation, or if the POTW has industrial users subject to federal standards. This is written into the State Water Board's pretreatment program SOP. So I wanted to provide some data to demonstrate that not all POTWs are the same. So this table provides flow data for a number of Central Valley POTWs, most of which are permitted at 5 mgd flow or greater. And what you can see to the right is that the actual flows for a number of these facilities is less than 5 mgd, as we've heard already today from Adam. And that's because these communities scale the size of their treatment systems to provide decades of treatment capacity so that they don't have to pay for numerous costly plant upgrades. Moreover, the 5 MGD threshold is not indicative of voluminous industrial flows or complex influence, because as you can see here, over half of these dischargers have negligible or no industrial flows into from their service area. And then lastly, I'd like to point out that all of these treatment plants currently have quarterly testing requirements, not monthly, and that's consistent with nearly all of the POTWs permitted at 5 MGD in the Central Valley, because nearly all of them test quarterly. I would like to recognize that the provisions indeed do provide the possibility to qualify for reduced monitoring if there are no violations for a period of 5 years. And this is doable if the test organisms only responded to pollutants in the effluent, which from what we've heard today, we know isn't the case. So this is going to be a challenge for POTWs to achieve right off the bat, because violations are likely to occur just due to the simple fact of test interferences from something like the test organism's sensitivity to changes in their background water quality. I could give you data from just as recently as a few weeks ago to demonstrate this would be the case. And so we don't believe that it's equitable to use the 5 MGD threshold to automatically trigger effluent limits or distinguish monthly monitoring for POTWs. And so our request here is that all non-stormwater dischargers be able to conduct RPA, and that I'll modify this request that we've originally put in here that quarterly routine testing be issued to all non-stormwater dischargers, or alternatively, we could keep the current frequency that they test already in their current permits, with flexibility given to the regional water boards to increase the monitoring frequency. The next thing I'd like to speak to is the RPA thresholds. Now, we are doing bioassay testing for the purpose of determining if there's sufficient effluent toxicity in order to adversely affect aquatic life in the receiving water. So what I want to walk you through now are 4 factors from a scientific literature review we recently conducted on behalf of SWRCB as a part of a consulting team for a study that improved these 4 factors from the literature, improve the ability to predict adverse effects in the receiving water based upon effluent toxicity test results. So let me walk through those factors. The first factor is that when the effluent is toxic, it's more likely to predict effects to the receiving water when a sample from the receiving water is actually toxic as well. That makes sense. When the effluent is toxic, the next factor is it's more likely to predict effects in the receiving water when the actual effluent concentration in the receiving water is considered. And when the effluent is toxic, it's more likely to be predictive of effects to aquatic life in the receiving water when higher frequencies of toxicity and higher magnitudes of toxicity in the effluent are observed. So from the scientific literature, we can apply these factors to the toxicity provisions. And we can walk through the layers of protection afforded by the provisions. And that first layer of protection are the effluent limits. When a discharger is in complete compliance with the effluent limitations, that protects against higher magnitudes of toxicity and against high frequencies of toxicity at conservative effluent concentrations that may not actually be occurring in the receiving water. Therefore, we can conclude that compliance with the limits is protective of aquatic life in the receiving water. Now, the next layer of protection is this first RPA threshold, that all effluent tests must pass the TST, otherwise you trigger the effluent limitations. So when a discharge complies with this and all of their tests pass the TST, we're one step removed away from or towards providing an even higher, more conservative level of protection. And we can conclude with a high level of confidence that that effluent has a very, very low potential to cause toxicity or effects in the receiving water. Now, the toxicity provisions have gone a step further in including an additional safety factor that all passing effluent tests must have less than a 10% effect. That's the second RPA threshold. So this adds yet a third layer of conservatism, taking us away from a number of other layers that will keep us protective of aquatic life in the receiving water. So based on the scientific literature, we can conclude that when all dischargers tests pass the TST, it's going to put them in a situation of being highly protective of aquatic life beneficial uses, and we can conclude that with a high level of confidence. And the additional layers of protection, such as including this 10% effect threshold, are not needed to ensure the reasonable protection of aquatic life beneficial uses. And so our request here is that effluent limitations be triggered when any single test fails the TST. And so I'll let Cameron conclude our comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Cameron Irvine with Robertson Bryan Inc., and I'll be starting with some opening remarks before describing our specific comment about routine monitoring or MMEL compliance, data review and retesting. Oh, there we go. Where are we? And required data review and retesting. And this relates to a new section of the toxicity provisions which describes how testing can occur outside of calendar month when test acceptability criteria are not met. So we've heard today how toxicity testing with live organisms can be a real challenge. Experienced laboratories conducting valid tests can find blank samples to be toxic. Split samples, which is a single sample sent to multiple labs, can end up with disparate results where one lab determines a pass and the other lab determines it to be a fail. So we really support the study that's been discussed earlier that would improve Cereodaphne dubia test reliability, accuracy, and variability, which has been discussed earlier, and we support the comments of CASA and the panel. A little closer to what I'd like to talk about is that EPA recognized that there are challenges with these tests when they wrote their methods. So they included tools to determine if the results are reliable and should be reported, anomalous and should be explained, or if they're inconclusive, and the test should be repeated with a new sample. So with that, we appreciate the additional language or the new section that's been added to the revised draft toxicity provisions, which allows for a retest when test acceptability criteria are not met. And this test could occur outside of the calendar month, so we appreciate that. But the test acceptability criteria is a very specific term that describes the minimum test performance. And EPA guidance requires other data review steps that could also determine the need for a retest. This is done prior to the data statistical evaluation, so it would be before the TST is even implemented. So it relates to all statistical tools that could be used to evaluate the data. But given that this section only describes the test acceptability criteria, or TAC, we feel that it could be interpreted as limiting how these EPA guidance is followed. And in fact, regional board staff we've spoken with were also unclear if or how EPA's data review requirements would be followed under the provisions as written. So specifically, the data review required by EPA, both chronic and acute test methods, includes the test acceptability criteria requirements as we've discussed, and those are mentioned by specifically in the provisions. But they also require that all test conditions be met or the test is invalid, all required test conditions. Deviations from even recommended test conditions must be evaluated to determine the validity of the results. The concentration-response relationship must be reviewed to ensure that the results are interpreted appropriately, and reference tox tests must also be evaluated. So EPA guidance included these safeguards so that unreliable test results would not be used for regulatory decisions. And our request is for the toxicity provisions to recognize these data review requirements. So I'd like to give an example. This is not my example, but this is a model so I can orient you to the graph that I'll be showing next. And this is a typical dose-response relationship that displays a normal toxicity test result. So this is how we typically see a test. Now the dilution series is on the x-axis with the control on the left, so that's a 0 effluent, all the way over to 100% effluent on the right, and the y-axis describes the organism response. In this case, it's the 7-day survival of some test species. Now, this is an ideal dose-response relationship or concentration-response relationship as described by EPA. And here we have an increasing effect, in this case lower survival, as you increase the concentration. So this is a core principle of toxicology, that the dose makes the poison, or you have a greater effect with greater toxicant, in this case greater effluent. And that's a demonstration of the causality of the effect. Now here's my example, and this is for Cereodaphne dubia reproduction. We've heard a lot about the cereal species test today, with the neonates per female, reproduction shown on the y-axis, controls over there on the left. And in this case, we don't see a standard dose response. This is very irregular. This is an inverse concentration response relationship as described by EPA guidance. So here we see that the cereals were performing better when you give them more effluent. And those little stars show that some of the concentrations tested were significantly different from the control, those three in the middle, but the two highest concentrations were not. So given that this is irregular, following EPA guidance might identify this test result as unreliable and needing a retest, or it just might need to be explained. And that discussion would occur with the discharger and the permitting authority. And in this case, the lab determined that bacteria were the cause of this irregular dose response, and they were able to demonstrate that with an antibiotic treatment. So that was really helpful. But the revised draft toxicity provisions seem to remove flexibility by the permitting authority to approve a retest or explanation, or to interpret these results if a dose response is available, so that they could, and I would be concerned, or we would be concerned that that a 25% effluent concentration, if that was the IWC for this discharger, could be considered toxic when 100% effluent was not toxic. Because nobody wants to trigger violations or TREs unnecessarily based on unhealthy test organisms, pathogens, or other test interferences. So clearly specifying EPA's required data review steps would help avoid this. So we therefore request clarification with the suggested edits shown here that would ensure appropriate tools provided already in the guidance could be used for determining the need for a retest, as is routinely performed now in consultation with the permitting authority. Oops. Thank you, and I'll leave you with a summary of our comments and can take any questions.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Chelsea Haynes from the Association of California Water Agencies. And you've requested 1 minute. So
I will be brief. So on behalf of Aqua and CMUA, we just want to thank staff for all of the additional public workshops and stakeholder meetings that they've provided. We recognize that this lengthens timelines. It requires a lot of staff resources, but the opportunity to further vet these issues, bring them to the board in advance of consideration, I think lends itself to improved public policy. We support the exemptions for drinking water discharges, and we're continuing to work with staff on just very minor technical clarifications regarding some of the process surrounding that exemption. We also support the concerns raised by water reuse on the impacts of recycled water. We recognize that recycled water is an important resource for water resiliency, and so we want to ensure that recycled water isn't considered a toxic resource. Finally, we support CASA's comments on concerns surrounding Daphnia dubia and a pathway that was discussed under option 4 with the input that they provided as well. So thank you.
thank you very much for your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Phil Markle with the LA County Sanitation.
Hopefully this will be pretty brief. I wasn't even planning on talking, but during Karen's presentation with option 4 and all the numeric limits in that table, I found to be very, very confusing. Even Coastkeeper Alliance, when she was up here speaking about option 4, she said, well, we can't accept something that doesn't have an MMEL, or at least an MMEL that results in a TRE trigger. So I just want to give my quick, I'm not a lawyer, so I think I can make a very, very simple description of that table. If you have an existing numeric chronic toxicity limit in your permit, once this, as I envision it, once this becomes adopted and your permit is reopened or reissued through your regional board, you're going to retain those. And by having a numeric chronic toxicity limit with Daphnia, if you have a provision to do most sensitive species screening with Daphnia, but fathead minnow happens to be your current most sensitive species, and you would have to rescreen. You would retain your limits. Okay, so I think that might, so you have limits, you keep limits once this permit, or once this plan becomes adopted and your permit is reissued. Now, for those who do not have chronic numeric effluent concentrations, you're still going to get chronic numeric effluent concentrations as described in the plan, except, and I don't even want to say except, with some slight variation if Ceratophrenia dubia happens to at some point become your most sensitive species, at which point your numeric chronic toxicity limit would be the max daily effluent limit, with an MMEL on the reproduction endpoint that would be a TRE trigger as it's described, 2 consecutive months. So everyone gets limits. And this happens just during the period when the study is actually being conducted. And there's a huge incentive for all sides here to do a well-conducted and quick study, because as a discharger in Region 4, we are going to be one of those dischargers that are going to have to keep our numeric limits. I want a study done. I want a study done well. I want a study done quickly. I want to have the corrective actions that might help us with achieving compliance with that. As someone from the State Water Board or other regulatory authority, I want to get rid of these alternative limits for these people who didn't have limits once this was adopted, and have these kind of alternative limits. So there's an incentive there to get this study conducted and done. And so I just wanted to kind of simplify that, because I got a little confused with that table. But I'm not a lawyer, so maybe it needs to be that confusing. So thank you.
Thank you for the summary. Any comments from staff?
Well, I'll just say that I commit to attempting to make this as clear as possible before we move forward with option 4, and welcome your thoughts. I think generally speaking, you know where we're trying to head, and some of the details need to be worked out.
That's appreciated. Next, I'll call back up Caitlin Kalua, who has requested 30 seconds.
Just confirming I was able to circle back. Again, when it comes to reasonable potential, we believe that the analysis just simply isn't required. The alternative compromise, I do need to redact my support position for both option 1 and 3. It is a support for 1, fairly neutral, moving beyond that, but I just need to clarify that position. Thank you. And that is topic 2, option 1. Thank you.
Appreciated. I do want to flag, if there's anyone else that's looking to speak, quickly get your cards to Janine, and otherwise we have a last tranche here, though I am a little confused insofar as I believe RBI was speaking for the city of Roseville, and I have someone coming up speaking for the city of Roseville again, which I will allow them to do. So Raji, sorry, I'm going to completely, hold on, give me a moment to actually pronounce your name in my head, and then I'll try to say it.
Subramanian.
Subramanian, that's what I was going to say.
Thank you.
Raji, from the city of Roseville, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to, again, I am, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and the other board members. And I am Raji Subramanian from City of Roseville. I just wanted to say that City of Roseville fully wants to support the panel members who talked about earlier, and Cam and Paul for bringing City of Roseville's points across too. I just want to talk about one concern that we do have with regard to the 30-day limit or time frame in which we have to run 3 tests. So we want to also implore State Board to consider the fact that there are other factors other than just the test acceptability criteria, such as the operational issues that can happen within the plan, that can cause an issue with being able to complete those 3 tests as required within the 30-day period. So City of Roseville would have to pre-plan, in spite of the fact that we have a really good compliance record and don't have fails to talk about, but we would have to pre-plan for 3 tests every month the way it's set up and incur all the costs involved just to make sure that we are able to get our lab set up with the, as you've heard, there are very few labs that do the test. So to make sure that we are in their schedule to get our sampling set up and all the steps that are required to achieve a chronic testing done, there is a lot of work involved. And so we have to plan 3 tests without knowing whether we're going to even fail one. So that was the main point I wanted to make, and thank you for letting me make a comment.
Of course. Appreciate the comment. Anything from staff on, insofar as the flexibility within the 3 tests for the 30 days and the ability for plants to meet that? Any sort of thought?
The analysis that we've done with the laboratories is that it can be done. It's logistically challenging, of course, but I think that working with the labs and contract language that, assuming that you're using a lab that is a contract lab, I think it's probably easier for those who have labs inside their facilities. Correct me if I'm wrong, those of you who do. So I think, yes, it's a challenge, but I think working with labs, they can get it done.
When it comes to the potential of not meeting the 3 tests in the 30 days, what is the consequence? If there was some sort of operational reason for which the 3 tests in 30 days were not met at that point?
I think it depends on what that operational change is. There is some allowance in the provisions if you don't have a discharge, maybe there's some conditions in the plant, then you wouldn't be required to do that test.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Well, and I just want to clarify that the tests need to be initiated within the calendar month. Therefore, you can start the 3rd test and, well, you can start the 3rd test at the end of the calendar month. That will ultimately result in an overlap if you have monthly monitoring with the next month's test, but it's an initiation, not completion. So that makes it about a 7-day difference, actually. So it's more like a 5-week period in which you can complete the tests.
I believe, though, that the city of Roseville raised 2 points. One was whether or not they could complete within the 30-day period, and the second being the pre-planning that would be required. You have to assume, even before you have a fail, you have to assume that you could have a fail, so you have to pre-plan to be able to conduct those tests within the 30-day period. So for me, it's not as much an issue of whether or not it could be done, it's an issue also of cost. And I think I mentioned at the very beginning, I'm just trying to get a better handle on what those costs would be. It's hard to, sitting up here, it's hard to estimate.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Michael Torres from the city of Vacaville. The Easterly Wastewater Treatment Plant. Yes. Glad you can join us this afternoon. Welcome.
Board members, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I did not huddle with Roseville in what I'm about to say, but I would like to address the 30-day MMEL period. But before I do that, I'd like to say that I'd like to support that we, City of Vacaville, supports the SWRCB recommendation to allow the use of in regard to Ceredaphnia dubia, to allow the use of the 2nd most sensitive species as compliance monitoring in lieu of Ceredaphnia. And we also support the additional studies proposed for Ceredaphnia dubia issues. And also, SWRCB has recommended that, or has requested a 1 month, or the extension of the MMEL period from 1 month to 6 weeks, and we highly support that, because I would like to highlight, just like Roseville stated, that the difficulty in meeting that 30-day period I'm a laboratory supervisor, and I'm responsible for we're the ground level crew. Trying to get those samples within a 30-day period is a very difficult matter. It's costly because we will have to overlap the sampling. CVICWA also required or requested that the follow-up samples within that three sample MML, three sample MML, that the follow-up or the subsequent months compliance sample be included, allowed to be included in that calculation. In regards to complying with, it can be done, but I ask you, consider the sustainability of that. As Dr. Stephen Clark stated, the burden on laboratories to be in a ready state is extremely difficult. And with the upcoming, with the additional samplings that will be required, any delay is going to cause a domino effect, and that will cause a further burden. And also, within 1 month, trying to get all those three samples 1 month, we have a choice either to pre-schedule the sampling or risk meeting the time period. And consider, if I waited to receive results before scheduling the next sample, on average, the results take about 2 to 3 weeks. If I waited, that would leave me approximately a week and a half to comply, which means that I would have to initiate those samples within that next week. And I ask you, what's the value of that? They're more like duplicates than discrete representative samples. On top of that, they would also potentially overlap with the next compliance sample. So again, I ask that you consider extending that 30-day MMEL period for really just practical reasons.
What if you pre-schedule and then you don't use it? Would you have to pay for that time slot?
You know what, I would have to, yes, I think that would be the case, because laboratories would have to be in a ready state. So to schedule a sample would request for that laboratory to prepare their organisms. So I can't imagine that wouldn't eventually trickle down to the dischargers.
I was wondering if I could respond on a couple of fronts, since this is a concern that's being raised by a number of...
Were you finished with your comments?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So first off, we did ask the question as to whether preparing for a third test would cost more, and correct me if I'm wrong, Zane, I believe that we heard that labs would not charge for preparing for a third test, just if they were to actually conduct it. So that was part of our lab survey when we were looking at the issue of getting the 3 tests done in a calendar month. I also want to point out that, yes, getting the initiated samples within a calendar month may overlap with the routine monitoring, but if we allow longer than a calendar month, then it will definitely overlap with the next month's routine monitoring. So just logistically, I want to keep that in mind. And then I also want to remind the board, and I think Dee Dee may be the only one that was, Tam's not here, was here when we basically initiated the MMEL as a compromise due to the concern that one test should not be considered a violation. So that also was a compromise position that we formulated back in 2012. So just wanted to make sure that you had that in your mind as you were thinking about the comments.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Josie Tellers with the City of Davis. Hello, Ms. Tellers. And that will be our last commenter. And you've requested 5 minutes.
In that case, I have all the afternoon. Just kidding. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Josie Tellers. I'm from City of Davis. I'm the water quality coordinator for the City of Davis for the last 3 years. But before that, I was the water quality supervisor managing the laboratory for the city. And prior to that, I was 19 years in commercial laboratory. I would like to thank the panel today that spoke, and all of them. City of Davis is a member of CASA, Civico, and Water Reuse, and the comments, issues, and concerns that they put forward, we fully support. I also would like to thank the State Water Board staff for continued engagement with the stakeholder community. This year has been a lot of work for everybody, but thank you so much for your flexibility as well. Now going to my point, which is I'm going to present how it impacts the bench level, because I've done being in the field, having to evaluate data and coordinate with the laboratory, as well as having experienced a couple of TREs of low-level toxicity, of which the city has spent lots of money with no results at the end, or no findings of what caused the low-level toxicity of our effluent. First of all, we already know that the cost to the city is going to increase simply by having an increase in frequency of sampling alone. From quarterly, we're going to do monthly monitoring. Also, we're going to have to follow the dilution series that is under the proposed provision. I also would like to, in that regards, the city is already going to, along with other discharges, will have increase in costs. The dose-response relationship from those dilutions are very important information for us to evaluate if the toxicity effect of our effluent is linear, or if, as Cameron articulated very well, thank you for bringing that important tool for us to be able to use. I would like to request that options for data evaluation not be removed or taken out of the requirement through the ATP, and keep it within the method, as the method is has pretty much, it's part of the method test acceptability criteria. Secondly, I fully support the study for the method. Again, as discharged as part of the City of Davis, and having done all this headache, I think my hair turned gray every time we have issues for this, because we would like to find out what causes this low-level toxicity, and as such, we would like to be successful with it. So if the method unreliability of the method introduce additional bias, false positive to our effluent, then we would like to eliminate that as well, and therefore supports to having a study conducted for Xerodaphnia dubia reproduction. And lastly, we've talked about this already, is again, for us to be successful to meet the requirement of MMEL, should 2 additional samples need to be taken, we would like to request an additional time greater than the 30-day calendar period. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And thank you, everyone, for your productive comments today. Fellow board members, any thoughts or discussion? What I would like to do is provide clear direction for staff today on what to go back, which of the options are most palatable to us, and try to provide some strong direction so as to be able to figure out where we land here. And to the extent anybody would like to start, I can do so as well. Vice Chair Diadamo.
I'll give it a go. So first of all, just again want to reiterate my thanks to staff and to the stakeholders. There's been just a lot of interesting discussions that have occurred over the last month or so, and I think that that's, just in large part because of our request from when we met last, and then staff doing a good job following up and setting the stage. So thank you all. And that goes for those who came and went back to sort of their original talking points. I appreciate at least the effort at looking at some of the other alternatives, even if in the end individual stakeholders felt that they had to go back to their original position. So for me, I very much support that option 4 under issue 3, and don't feel equipped to be able to opine on any of the specifics. Just want to encourage you to continue to work with stakeholders on sort of those nuanced areas, and maybe come back with a chart that is vetted in advance with some of the stakeholders, just so that everyone can be on the same page as to what it means. With regard to the study, it sounds like the language needs to, I appreciate that the actual study will be, designing the study will involve a robust stakeholder process, but I think we need a little bit more in terms of our direction on exactly how broad that study is. And on the issue of variability, lab practices, there seemed to be a little bit of back and forth on accuracy and what that means. So maybe just coming back with some additional parameters on the study so that it's there aren't expectations that this is going to be a wide, broad study, but more confined. I think the idea is that I see us moving forward and adopting this, and so we want to make this effort successful, and hopefully that study will help get us there. I continue to be concerned on the lab issue and there not being enough labs. I really appreciate Mr. Clark, you coming up and giving us sort of the lay of the land. I suspect that if we adopt this, we will see an increase in demand. So hopefully we'll see more labs, but I don't know that in fact is the case. So my request of staff is, can you do some sort of survey so we can get a better handle on this going forward, or could it be incorporated into the study, or could we have an outreach plan and then report back to us? I think that we need to be keeping track on this issue, because I do have a lot of empathy for those POTWs in remote locations and being able to comply. As you said, you can comply, but the issue remains on cost. And so that's an issue also that between now and the time that we adopt, I would feel better if we had, just a little bit of a survey on costs. If my bill were to go up 20%, I don't know that I'd necessarily notice it because of the size of my community. But if I were in a small community, I'd be concerned if a bill could, significantly increase, especially if there are, high costs for drinking water and other services as well. So that's just an issue that I feel that I can't make a decision until I have a better idea about what we're talking about in terms of cost. On monitoring, getting back to what I had suggested earlier, I think I'd feel better if we had, instead of quarterly monitoring, especially for the smaller POTWs, instead of quarterly, if we had semi-annual with the regional board discretion to be able to increase that monitoring, keeping in mind that I guess if there's a fail, there automatically would be increased monitoring, and then of course the regional boards would have that ability to impose increased monitoring based upon the history. So that's, I think, an area that could potentially help on the issue of cost. On the 3-month or the 3 tests, I just want to maybe explore that one a little bit further. I'm not totally convinced. We have a number coming in saying that they would need additional time, so I'm open to that. But want to have an opportunity to talk a little bit more with staff on that going forward. And then the last issue for me is that 10% effect. It just seems to me that we do have layer on top of layer. So if it's not a core piece of the toxicity test, I'd be open to just having it based on a fail going forward and not that additional layer. That's it.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And I'll just echo the comments, thanking everyone. All the input we've received today has been incredibly helpful, and I appreciate the time and effort everyone's put into this. I was able to attend a couple of the stakeholder workshops over the last couple months myself, and so I've found those to be very helpful as well. And so I'll try and cover there were a lot of issues brought up today, and I'll try to cover what I can, and we'll see how that goes. So with regard to issue 1, as to who should have chronic toxicity effluent limitations, I was persuaded about sort of the uncertainty about the 5 mgd threshold as to whether there would actually be significant industrial discharges contributing to toxicity at that level. And so on that note, I think that option 3 does actually make the most sense to me, because it is consistent with the SIP in terms of setting effluent limitations based on reasonable potential. I mean, that is what the path has been historically, and so I think that's a reasonable approach in this case based on what I've heard. And I'm also comforted by the fact that there would still be routine monitoring. So it's not like the monitoring and the data wouldn't still be coming in. So if there were any issues, there would still be opportunities to address any toxicity concerns there. Issue 2, with regard to how reasonable potential is determined, I've gone back and forth on this. I don't feel as strongly. I was initially inclined to feel again that just any fail would be appropriate, but I'm open to further discussion about different alternatives there that make sense. You acknowledged, I believe, that the 10% effect was an EPA recommendation based on guidance they've developed in the past, and as to other numbers, they would there really wasn't a scientific basis for that. So I'm a little bit up in the air on that one at this point. For issue 3, I think option 4 does provide a good compromise, and by some time, again, without sacrificing the testing that would occur using C. dubia, that there would still be the MDEL and the MEL, trigger response actions would still happen. So all the information, the testing would still happen. It's just really, frankly, whether or not there would be a compliance violation during the time when the when the study is being completed. And I think we've, based on, most of the folks that I've heard from today, that there's just uncertainty about false positives, about blanks, falsely indicating toxicity. And I think, even, you, the board staff have supported the concept of doing this study to better understand that, to better understand how we can improve lab practices and consistency across the few labs in the state that do this work currently. And particularly if more labs are coming on, because obviously we need more labs to be doing this, to connect with our more remote geographies, then it's going to be all that much more important to make sure we get this right. So I think option 4 is a good compromise. I did hear, I believe, from some of the stakeholders, some openness to discussing some of the language and the wording of exactly how option 4 will work. And so I encourage stakeholders to get together and see if you can, find some compromise language within that might be amenable to more stakeholders. Didi, I really like your idea on reduced monitoring for the small dischargers. I think that makes sense. I'm not clear exactly where that would be, whether it's a 1 mgd versus 5 mgd. I don't have a strong feeling as to that, but I like the idea of, especially when I'm looking at the maps that were put up today, looking at the POTWs like Alturas, and, kind of thinking about their circumstances and these very small communities with very few connections and have already gone to great lengths to upgrade their wastewater treatment plants, to comply with their NPDES permits, and gone to tertiary treatment in recently within the past few years. Just the additional costs, the additional monitoring is a lot to bear. That being said, if there are toxicity issues, I think this is an excellent opportunity for the regional board to step in and encourage additional frequency of monitoring, and that makes complete sense to me as well. So I would certainly support your recommendation on that. Some of the other things, the exceptions, I appreciated the comments from water reuse and others on the recycled water discharges to irrigation canals and things of that nature, and would encourage, some look at what can be done there to build in exceptions, so as to not requiring toxicity testing in those cases. So I'd like to look at that. And then the final item I've written, which again is I'm sure not everything, just looking at the calendar month window, 30 days sounds like it could be a crunch in a lot of cases. Even when SRCSD comes out and says that they could have circumstances where there's reverse flows or no flows, and they aren't able to take that third sample, or they'd be constrained to do so within that time. The remote geographies of some of the POTWs that we've talked about, and just the physical proximity that they are to the labs, and being able to physically get the sample from their discharge to the lab, and so on. And then the operational logistics and having to be prepared on a continuous basis for those 3 tests. I appreciate the fact that it is, in fact, a compromise that's been developed over time. I'm just also mindful of these different circumstances. So again, I think some strategic factoring in of regional board discretion or flexibility in special circumstances to provide a little bit of flexibility on that and make that maybe not a hard 30-day window in all cases. If the discharger can explain the situation, I think would afford some greater comfort for the dischargers. So I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, board member, for your thoughts.
Okay. I guess I wanted to start out just kind of in general where I'm coming from. I mean, I think we all know that we need to encourage and support increased recycling in our state and reuse. I think we've seen already that the clean water agencies and sanitation agencies have really taken leadership in this area and have done huge improvements, even just as was said in terms of investment in moving up to tertiary treatment, and that's expensive and also an important thing for our state, and appreciate that leadership. Also just appreciate that costs are already significant for wastewater for many communities, and those costs will just continue to rise even if we didn't change our own regulations. So I think affordability is always something to make sure that we're mindful of. And then finally, just, I think appreciating that toxicity is a backstop here. It is something where we are looking at that cumulative impact of not just setting limits for individual contaminants, but what the overall effect is. And that's, I think, a real foundational protection that we need for our waterways. And so that's all a lot to balance in this process. And I also just so appreciate everyone's work. And I wish it hadn't been 16 years of discussions. I do think we need to move on this, but I also appreciate that it's complicated, and I'm still learning a lot, and really appreciated all the work today, or the comments today, and work that had gone into development of this up until now. Getting into more specifics, to decipher my scribbles, on option 1, I think that part of the point of this is establishing numeric effluent limitations, and so I would suggest option 1 with the caveat that I heard that there are a number of issues. I appreciate the comments both about how industrial, how there's more nuanced definitions of where there would be industrial sources, and also that nuance between what you're permitted for and what you actually discharge in terms of volume. So that makes that definition, maybe an oversimplification and maybe too broad. So I think it would be helpful for staff to look at. I think it was mentioned there might be other definitions to incorporate by reference that might be more tailored rather than just the 5, or other work in looking at how to still establish numeric effluent limitations for larger and industrial systems, but take into account those nuances. On issue 2, that's the reasonable potential. Reasonable potential. I think on that issue, my understanding, and this is a new area for me, is that this is reasonable potential, not reasonable protection. And I do think that part of the point of this is saying that there should be, that you're not just showing that you fail, you're showing that you have the potential to fail. And so I would support, and I think it's important to have some additional buffer in there. And otherwise, it's basically saying you can fail but not have a violation the first time. And I think if we're really trying to look at reasonable potential, we should be building in a buffer. So I'm open to understanding more between option 1 and 2, but I don't think it should be 3. And it seems like there's clear justification for option 1. So that would be my first choice. And on issue 3, so I can get behind option 4. I appreciate that there's, that everyone's trying to come up with compromises, and recognizing that there's, and I appreciate those compromises. It's not always easy. I do think this in some ways could just be a delay tactic, or let's hope to fund a study that gets us out of what we kind of know we need to do. And I take folks at their words that that's not the intent here, and understanding of what option 4 is. I think that what I would look at option 4 being is really, and I agree with, I think what was already said, is really nailing down what the purpose of the study is and expectations are. I think if we're doing number 4, we need to make sure we're clear that the goal of the study is to ensure that we can improve the variability and achieve the accuracy that we need. I think there's a lot of data to show that is the right test, but I think that there is more work to be able to ensure that we address the false positive issues and don't have the variations that we're seeing. So I think if we can focus in on the laboratory improvements or practices and other practices to be able to ensure that that test is addressing those concerns, that's fully appropriate to ensure that we get some time to make sure those we study that and get those improvements in place before there's violations based on them. That makes sense to me. And I also think it's important within that to set two expectations. One is that I think agencies need to continue to collect, or I think it's important to collect data on what the results would be, because it's important for agencies, including small ones, and I know this is an expense for small agencies, but to have some sense of what to expect at the end of the study in terms of where they end up. And so I think I wouldn't want to have just a don't do any sampling on this until you have the study complete, because I think there should be an expectation that this is the test that we are going to set as the standard, that we are making sure that we're improving or securing adequate laboratory practices to make sure that it's, implementing this test appropriately, and that we ensure that the agencies are collecting data so that at the end of that study, we are not, that agencies can be prepared for what those impacts may be in terms of their own toxicity and liability, even though that liability won't start during this study period. And then lastly, I agree I think we should really set a clear timeline for when the study is done. And I also think that stakeholders are right that I think there should be a default that our understanding is that the expectation is that we would be implementing this option after the conclusion of the study. However, I think we need to be coming back to the board to make sure that we're reporting on that and on the results of that study, and creating an opportunity to make sure that we're integrating the learning and any additional practices that need to be amended or changed based on that study. So I think, in other words, I want to make sure that there's a default that we're all clear and setting clear expectations, but also being true to that this is a study and we need to make sure that we're adjusting based on what those results are, and that there's an opportunity for public comment within the board's process of coming back to the board, and for the board to be able to weigh in on any changes that may need to be made. Let's see, I think the other issues, I support looking at flexibility for the calendar month issue. It seems like if you're taking a sample, the day before the end of the month, and you're getting those results in the next month, that there might be some overlap there that would, on a practical basis, make sense to allow to be able to be used for that next month's test, or as one of three. I think flexibility around that is something to certainly look into, and I'm sympathetic certainly to those logistical concerns. I also support the idea in terms of, and my understanding is this is for routine monitoring, for very small systems, to look at going to, I think this is what Board Member Diadamo suggested, is maybe going to semi-annual for small systems unless you're already required to sample more. Certainly, allowing regional boards to find that there needs to be more sampling. And then, just so I'm making sure I understand it right, if you find reasonable potential, then you go to more frequent no matter what, right? That's the way that this is working, or maybe staff can help me clarify that. I think
that was a suggestion by another board member, so I'm not completely.
Oh, just in other words, I guess, are what we talking about for this, the routine monitoring being semi-annual, but if you find reasonable potential, then you go to more frequent monitoring? Is that the proposal?
I'm open to how it would be structured, but my focus was on routine monitoring.
Right, okay.
On the issue of, and I don't want to interrupt the flow here, but on the issue of reasonable potential, once, it's my understanding that that's related more to the numeric, right?
Yes, whether you get an effluent limitation or not.
Right.
That's correct.
So I guess, well, what I would say is,
It might, so if they were to trigger, as I understand it, then they go through then additional, testing to ensure that it was then an actual toxicity hit, and that's where the 30-day sort of testing period. So there is additional testing automatically that, whether it's quarterly testing that we're talking about or semi-annual, the process would be the same, I think, at that point, once you trigger, right? And that is then
exactly,
you
that's
get
what I'm
kicked
trying
into, I
a
believe.
higher frequency once you find that you have a problem, is the point, right? I mean, once you have a toxicity problem, your routine monitoring would be more than semi-annually?
I guess, I mean, my offer was for the regional board to have the discretion to increase that routine monitoring that would happen if there are toxicity issues that are known.
Isn't there's no already built-in increased monitoring?
So it's actually flipped. So we have a floor that we have a recommended frequency of monitoring that is, the least is quarterly, but that we allow both monthly and quarterly monitoring to be reduced based on compliance history or other considerations that the regional board can use their discretion to reduce monitoring based on.
Right, and I think, so, and I know this is just workshops, so we have more time to work through this. I think what I'm interested is just for the small systems where that cost in looking at the data that SWRCB brought, it seemed like moving from semi-annually to quarterly was the biggest impact in terms of cost of compliance increases. And so I think having the default be semi-annual for those very small systems, with the exception of certainly if the regional board had reason to require more, it seems like there's some that are already doing that, and that should certainly stay in place, and there are reasons where the regional board should be able to require more. I also think that if you are a small system and the default is if we're going down to semi-annually, if you have a toxicity failure problem that the default shouldn't stay at semi-annual at that point, because it's an indicator that there's a problem, and so you need to be able to follow it more. I think it's just something to explore more as you work on what that might be. But the point being able to address that cost of compliance issue just for those very small systems, especially if they're not finding toxicity. Lastly, I think is, two other things. I saw a couple of folks brought language clarifications that they were looking for, so I hope I feel like I don't fully understand all of the nuances that those bring, and since we have more time, I'm hopeful you can sit down and work through them. And lastly, I really appreciate the regional collaborative monitoring that San Francisco or the Bay Area was talking about. I think regional solutions are important to reduce costs and to improve the kind of information we're collecting and understanding things. So I would hope as we're moving forward and looking at this, that we're looking both at how we can support and encourage regional monitoring and investigations that can improve our understanding around toxicity, And on the flip side, on the discharger side, how there's opportunities to utilize collaborative and sort of partnerships to reduce costs and allow for laboratory access and increased capacity. It seems like, I know that's never easy with Prop 218 with public agencies and such, but certainly it seems like there's an opportunity for more collaboration with small systems in your area, especially if you have a lab, if there's other ways to pool sampling and expertise to support regional collaboration between agencies. I'd really like to hear more about where you think there's opportunities for that and what impact that might be able to have in terms of helping us all achieve the kinds of water quality protection I think, again, this sector has been really a leader in. So appreciate that.
Thank you, board member. And thank you again, I think, to certainly the board members and their thoughts, but all the staff and stakeholders today for a rather lengthy workshop that we've just engaged in around this issue. But given the long time frame that we have been engaged in this discussion, the intense the discussions that have happened between staff and stakeholders these last month with great leadership, and I have to thank Vice Chair Diadamo for her very, very intense and intricate understanding and engagement with all these discussions. It's certainly helps all of us as a board continue to keep track and help try to ensure that we have productive conversations around this. I want to echo Vice Chair Diadamo's thanks as well for those that came prepared today with very constructive and specific input to help us really start to close this gap, to narrow in on how we can get this across the finish line. And so I'll quickly try to summarize. I think that what you heard from the state board members here certainly is a real concern for the impact on rural and smaller communities, the costs that this can come with, and certainly the capacity for the labs to be able to conduct the work that we're talking about. I do want to go back to Mr. Smith's comments from earlier from USCPA that what's here before us is a compromise insofar as the product of years and months of discussion around how best to pursue this. And we must be careful not to further water down to an extent where we're not meeting the outcomes or really ensuring that the provisions provide the benefit that they ultimately, I think we can agree, or some disagree, will provide and help build continued certainty, not just around the testing and its methods, but its place and its usage in the state. So on option number one, I think that there is a desire, at least from myself and what I heard from several board members, to look at how we might more sort of through risk kind of target who we might set chronic toxicity effluent limitations for. Right now it is a bit of a crude 5 MGD. We've seen, I think, at least for me, strong argument that it's not always tied to then what is associated with risk, which may be industrial sources or other sources to the effluent that it kind of increases that concern. Going down to option 3, though, the question is, does that go too far? I think that there may be some space here to kind of further discuss, whether it's the reasonable potential analysis as a determination then for those effluent limits, or again some other criteria. Board Member Firestone talked, obviously about risk and industrial sources to that effluent, and then maybe coupled then also with size. Willing to look into that. I will say, and this is hopefully I'm making this somewhat helpful, but ultimately on option 3, the fact that it does align with how we treat chemicals and other parts of our programs does lend some simplicity to it that might warrant. On option 2, I heard less of a consensus right now on how to move forward, unfortunately, but I'm open to option 3, I will say, but hearing Board Member Firestone talk about ultimately, the protective it does add a protective measure. It can and can be embraced so when we talk about how we ultimately determine the reasonable potential. And but I heard, at least as fellow board members spoke, less consensus there on we'll say issue 3. Option 4 is also what I would embrace in this. I think all the board members are interested in continuing to explore option 4 as the preferred option, especially because I think the stakeholders are, at least some, slowly thinking that it might be worthwhile. I think the caution, and this goes back to Mr. Smith's first comments as well, and the concern is a lack of clarity on what exactly it is that we're going to be undertaking in option 4 insofar as the study is concerned. I hear that it's a chance to figure out if, Xerodaphnia is worth it, if we're going to pursue and use Xerodaphnia as the species here. And I don't see that as the purpose of the study. I think that, as I've continued to absorb the literature, as we've continued to have discussions, my concerns around sort of false positives or the inherent issue in somehow Xerodaphnia as the most sensitive species is less so. And I think that the purpose of the study is to continue to narrow down that variability and continue to identify for those labs that are already meeting the 5% targets here on error or variability, we figure that out and give us time to further build that confidence. And so I think that we just have to be careful because we may find ourselves, I think, for some at least, in the same discussion we're having in this moment, and we just don't want to find ourselves there. This needs to be able to help better close the gap and the confidence and the certainty that we all have in continuing to embrace this path, should the board vote to do so. On the ELAB concerns, it is something that is not, laboratory capacity concerns and timing and ability. It is not unique to this issue. It is common upon in the discussion we're having regarding ELAP, regarding the program, regarding its future. And so again, as you've heard from board members, we're concerned about that. It is something that we think about, not just in the context of toxicity, but in PFAS or other emerging contaminants of concern, or even those that we've been regulating for decades as MCLs already anyway, or otherwise on the landscape. So and I think that we've heard the desire from board members to further explore that gap, better understand it, and then I think more importantly, find ways of addressing it together. So all that to say, hopefully there was some general good direction for you there. I think that obviously next steps here, staff will take back today's comments, today's feedback from the board, and would at some future point, I believe, reach out with when the next meeting and discussion or reveal of document will be. But anything that staff would like to finish up with?
We can clarify at your follow-up briefing, but I do want some boundaries around what you'd like to see in terms of costs and what effort we need to put into looking at costs as part of a survey. So if you want to talk about that now, or
well,
we can talk.
Actually, we do have a few new board members, so they may not be aware, but with my previous service at the Air Resources Board, we did have a cost analysis, an economic analysis as part of regulations that we adopted. So I'm used to that different system and have been asking for it for quite some time. I know we wouldn't be able to do a full-blown economic analysis, but in the short time frame, I think there is consensus that we want to move forward. But I'm just looking for a survey. So I would leave that up to you, to select representative communities and a sample that I don't want to overly constrain you in your work here, but I do think that we need to just make it a little more real. Is that helpful? Okay.
And we'll follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
And I did want to, there is one more item, and it was on the testing frequency for rural and smaller communities. I also support the Vice Chair's concept and thoughts about how we might reduce that, but still, again, and I'd want to hear from staff on this, maintain the protective nature of the provisions and the measures. So, and with that, I think we bring the workshop portion to a close, and I thank everyone. I know that water rights staff would like to quickly, hopefully, have the hydrologic condition before we break to lunch. I fear at 1:40 it is too late to do so, so we will have to break for lunch at this point and come back and go through the items. So with that, we will reconvene. How long do you want? 30, 40? Okay. Shorter lunch better. Then we will go ahead and do a 30-minute lunch and be back here at 2:15. Thank you, everyone. Okay, everyone, it's 2:15 and we are back. Thank you for being on time. With item number 1, the workshop having been addressed, now we can kind of get back to our actual regular board meeting, if you will. And I will begin by welcoming up Karen Mogus yet again, and this time, though, to present the Superior Accomplishment Award to a very deserving team of staff who had a pretty big win this year.
Yeah. So this morning's workshop was all about a project that's been going on for over a decade. So this afternoon, I am privileged to be able to present an award to a team who earlier this year got another decade-long project over the finish line. It's the Wetlands Definition and Procedures for Permitting Discharges of Dredge and Fill to Waters of the State. Basically, we put something in place that helps us protect wetlands. We've had huge wetland losses over the last several decades as California has been developed over the years. And this is a really huge effort, not just to protect wetlands, but also to be more consistent and more, how shall I say, predictable when it comes to how we permit these projects. And so I'll say that it took a team effort of actually more people than who are getting the award today, but this is the core people who really were instrumental in getting this over the finish line. And I really want to start off with a shining star, someone who absolutely was dedicated every minute to this project with a smile on her face and always willing to do what she needed to do to get the work done. Anna Maria Sands. I learned a lot from watching Anna Maria in this project. She just worked so closely and with stakeholders. I don't know if there's any stakeholders in the room that were involved in this project, but I'll tell you that we heard nothing but wonderful things about Anna Maria from everyone that interacted with you. And so not only do I think you're a fabulous person, but I would put you up in front of anyone representing that. You can represent the Water Board anywhere, anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
No, you need to stay up here, but why don't you sit here? And then we got a few more. There's chairs wherever you want to sit.
Thank you.
We're flexible. We gotta get All right, so the next 3 were also just in the trenches every minute of this project, especially at the end. And I'll just say, we're in the middle of the sprint at the end of the long marathon for toxicity. These guys were in the middle of the sprint for, months after we got the procedures out the door in January. So I want to welcome up Elizabeth Payne. And I'm going to take a few more minutes because these guys are awesome. So Beth actually was just recently promoted to the senior and was just landed the job of making sure this thing got done. And we handed her crap all the time. And she took it gladly, worked with her staff, and yeah, she took the crap. And got her staff working hard and got it done. So Beth, great job. Thank you. Paul Han. Paul, I don't know what, I do know what to say about Paul. Paul not only got this thing over the finish line, but he got it over the finish line while acting as the assistant deputy director while you water rights people stole my other one for a year. And so Paul was doing 2 jobs and working with stakeholders, working with his staff, getting this thing, working with the regional boards as well. All of these guys had a lot of interaction with the regional boards who often were not happy about things that we were proposing. And Paul just did it with grace and a smile on his face. Sometimes I need help here, but thank you. Thank you. Well done. And then Serena Liu. with Office of Chief Counsel. Serena thought she was going to get out of this by having a baby, and she was wrong. Because we waited for her twice.
Twice.
Okay, the first one was before me. So at any rate, we didn't get it done before she came back from maternity leave. And so she came back to the fire drill of all of the stakeholder interactions. And again, with grace and just hard work, you were great. So thank you. It's been a pleasure. Now, the rest of these were core team, behind the scenes, responding to comments, supporting the team, doing whatever it took for all of these guys to have what they needed when they went to stakeholder meetings, when they needed things turned around quickly. And so these guys were all just, at the grindstone, getting the work done. So Jean Bandura. Catherine Woody. Mark Chin. And Cliff Harvey. Thank you. And I want to say I'm absolutely proud to have been part of this process. I did nothing compared to what these guys did to get this work done. And just thank you so much for your professionalism and your ability to get the job done and do it with grace and smiles. And congratulations, job well done. So get back and do more work.
Cliff, hold your plaque out. There you go.
Thank you all again. Fortunate to be able to recognize such incredible work and really thankful for staff. Next, we'll move on to public forum, and we have one speaker card. I'd like to invite up Susan Garner from Equilogic. And Ms. Garner, I am aware of your petition, and we did receive it on Monday. And so since it's now here and pending, you can provide comments regarding it, but would just recommend you keep them a little limited as well.
Okay, will do. Thank you very much. So I'm here representing Santa Barbara Unified School District. And as Chair Esquivel just mentioned, on behalf of the school district, I submitted a petition for reconsideration of a fund decision denying additional appealed costs that the school district spent on remedial activities. And And I have just my letter to the State Water Resources Control Board, along with the fund decision, the FDD. And then if you notice at the back of page 7, there are 2 letters of supporting the district. One is from State Assembly member of the 37th District, Monique Lemon, and the second letter is from the district talking about their needs around health and safety projects that they are currently unable to fund. So just briefly, there were 2 leaking underground fuel tanks that were discovered during construction of an elevator shaft that was put in under the American Disabilities Act. And the leaking underground storage tanks, it was an unforeseen condition. So the district decided to keep the original contractor on site that was doing the construction in the interest of trying to save money and keep the elevator construction project on schedule as much as possible. The oversight agency, the local oversight agency, was contacted and was on site regularly during the construction activities. The district had absolutely no choice in terms of complying with the local oversight agency. They directed the excavation. They determined how much soil needed to be removed. They took samples at the end of the excavation to ensure that the level of contamination left on site complied with what they required. The money that was used to do the remedial project came out of the school district's general fund. And so they took that money that was earmarked for necessary school projects and used it for the remediation project. They applied for UST reimbursement funding immediately, and that was in 2006. And they legitimately believed that they would get funding for their project so that they could move on with the projects that they had that were necessary. They spent over $600,000 on the project. I meticulously scrutinized their records and based on taking money out that I thought was ineligible, like tank pull costs, standby costs, whatever, I was conservative. And I told them that they could apply for about $470,000. To date, they've received $313,000. This is the 5th appeal that's being applied on behalf of the district. The first appeal was when they were denied, and they were largely denied because the fund judged that the tanks were not properly closed. And that turned out to be incorrect. The LOP agency verified they were properly closed. The second time that they were denied access to the fund judged that the tanks weren't actually leaking, that the leak actually is coming from another place. And that turned out to be the case. So the district finally received a letter of commitment and applied for funding, and about $176,000 was denied. And those were denied based on that UST removal costs were included, which was not the case. I received estimates from the contractor who did the work saying how much was spent, that was included in the reimbursement request, and they were deducted. Quarterly monitoring costs, which were documented on GeoTracker, and lab work and soils that were associated with the tank removal. So what the issue was on the after the fund manager decision was filed. First, a fund manager decision was filed after the denial of $176,000. And what happened during the fund manager decision is that $67,000 of previously approved invoices were denied. And they were denied over they were denied based on excavation estimates. And I wanted to direct the funds to the state this legislative section 2814, which discusses fund appeals, and it says that a claimant who is not in agreement with a fund staff decision determining that certain costs are not eligible for reimbursement may request the fund manager to review these costs and issue a fund manager decision. So an appeal is, the purpose and intent of an appeal is for ineligible costs. And it is a great deal of work to prepare an appeal based on comments in a payment summary. There were 6 pages of comments that were meticulously addressed. And so to have a decision that revokes previously paid expenses when there was no new information to trigger reconsideration of those expenses was stunning. And I did file an FDD with my opinion on that, and those costs were not reinstated. And in addition, most of the denials around the FDD centered on reasonable and necessary, which are subjective. And in terms of necessary, all the work that was done on site and all the work was charged was directly related to remediation. And the reasonable comes down to soil volumes, and which were documented by the contractor that did the work. Every invoice says whether or not, how many bins there were, whether or not the bins were full, where the soils went for disposal, and those continue to be issues. The school district is clearly an eligible claimant. That has been determined by the fund. They spent money on remediation. They have invoices to show they spent the money, and that is what the UST reimbursement fund is for. So this work was done 13 years ago under a different LOP agency than exists now on the site. Things were different back then, and I think that the evaluation of the project has not been fair to the school district. I was told by the fund that it's the risk you take. I was verbally told that when you file an appeal, that existing expenses can be revoked. They supply legislation, they quote legislation in their FDD that that says why they have the right to take those actions, if necessary. And so I think that if the fund takes this position, on previously approved invoices, it is punitive to a claimant that is using their remedy to apply for ineligible funds, those denied by the fund, and clearly with clear statements about why. The reimbursement request already passed the threshold of supplying sufficient evidence for invoices that were approved. It was actually under a different fund manager. It's under a new fund manager now where the denial came. I think one of the big points I'd like to point out is in an appeal, there are 5 questions that are answered, 5 questions that are asked. And 2 of the questions are around need and remedy. The others are address and how was the decision inappropriate and not reasonable. But 2 of the questions are around the actual needs and remedies. And that was not addressed in any appeal. And in fact, I've never seen it addressed. And so I have the question of how does, this is in the legislation and is as a requirement in the appeal process, how is need addressed? Because clearly the school district has the need. Clearly the school district has spent the money. And kids are being affected every day by the school district not having the money to complete necessary health and safety projects. So I would just ask that question. And what does the reimbursement fund exist for if not this, in the end, where they spent the money and they have the need, and, we're quibbling about what is reasonable and necessary. Was it 100 cubic yards? Was it 50 cubic yards? In the end, it seems crazy that the school district has waited for 13 years for their money, and they're still not able to complete projects like electrical projects, leaking roofs, health and safety issues in their cafeteria. I mean, these are critical projects for the school district. And so I would just ask the state assembly member for the 37th district asks, and the school district asks, if you will reevaluate this petition, and if you do agree with it, that the funds be returned as quickly as possible, because they do need the money. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your patience. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't think any questions
Okay,
at this
thank
point
you.
since the petition is pending, but thank you.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate
I appreciate your time. I know it's been a long morning.
Oh, no, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Next, we will not be adopting minutes, so we will not move to item number 2. But instead, we will move to uncontested items 3 and 4. Any requests from board members for discussion on the items or to have them removed from the contested calendar otherwise? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Move adoption of uncontested items 3 and 4.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries, and items 3 and 4 are passed. Thank you. And now we'll move on to our 2 informational items. Item number 5 is our current hydrologic conditions. And thank you for staff for sticking around. I know it's been a long day. But now you get to know about all the toxicity provision discussions that the board got to have. No, there it is. Alessia, Vadim, good to see you both. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board and chair. My name is Alessia Siglari. I'm a water resource engineer with the Division of Water Rights. Here with me is Vadim Damchik. We are here to present item number 5, hydrology update for the Bay Delta watershed. As usual, the presentation will include precipitation, current major reservoir condition, drought, and temperature and precipitation forecast. This first graph represents the Northern Sierra A Station Index, which is an average of 8 precipitation stations, and serves as wetness index for the Sacramento River hydrologic region. And it provides a representative sample of the region's major watersheds. Data from September 30 show Northern Sierra being at 137% of average for that day. And the daily precipitation is represented in the graphs with the dark blue line, and it is at 70.7 inches. The 5-station index for the San Joaquin region from September 30 shows Central Sierra at 124% of average for that day, with current precipitation of about 15 inches. And for Southern Sierra, the graph shows that the index is at 120, the percentage of average for the day is at 128%, and the current daily precipitation at 36.8 inches. Looking at current reservoir conditions, we're in pretty good stance. The graph shows that this is from September 30th, and almost all reservoirs are at or more than 100% of average. Kachuma Reservoir is at 75% of capacity and 96% of average. Diamond Valley Lake at 92% of capacity, and San Luis Reservoir 62% of capacity and 132% of average. Looking at drought conditions, last update from September 24th shows California, 89.73% of the state with no drought, and a small portion of Southern California at abnormally dry conditions and moderate drought. As usual, D0 represents abnormally dry conditions, D1 moderate drought, D2 severe drought, D3 extreme drought, and D4 exceptional drought conditions. Regarding Colorado Basin, most of the Colorado Basin is actually 81.22% of the state of the basin falls between abnormally dry and severe drought conditions. About 32% is abnormally dry, about 37% are moderate drought conditions, and about 12% are severe drought. Temperature forecast for the 14-day outlook. This map shows, in this map, color defines probability category, and going from the dark blue to the light blue, we have probability of below normal. The gray color shows normal, and from the light red to the dark red, probability of above normal. And as you can see, Northern California is a below average for temperature for the 14 days forecast. Central California is a normal range, and Southern California at above normal for the 14-day outlook. Precipitation, California is mostly a normal probability, with the north part of the state at above normal probability for the 14-day outlook. During our last presentation of August 8, we showed this slide about groundwater change in a 1-year range and 10-year range, from spring 2017 to spring 2018, and from spring 2008 to spring 2018. And Board Member McGuire asked a question regarding groundwater decline and the metric used in this graph, in particular referring to a decrease greater than 25 feet, both for the 1-year change and the 10-year change. And so noticing that this graph doesn't provide a good picture for the long-term decline. So I would like to address his request for more detailed information. We used some data from the Groundwater Information Center from the Department of Water Resources. And the image on the top represents the groundwater changes from spring 2017 to spring 2018, while the image on the bottom represents changes from spring 2008 to spring 2018, so the 10-year range. The color ramp layer, which is the map, the colored map, approximate the change in the groundwater levels for the unconfined to upper semi-confined aquifers, and it's based on a subset of all the measurement points taken. And you can see two graphs on the right side. The one on the top refers to the 1-year change, and the one on the bottom to the 10-year change. And we have number of points, measurement points, and groundwater elevation change in feet. And as you can see, for a total of approximately 42 million measurements, in the 1-year change, approximately 13 million points show no change. It's hard to see the bar, but there's a gray bar behind the zero line in the top graph. And most of the wells having a decline of less than 50 feet, while for the 10-year change, fewer data points, approximately 6 million, show no change in elevation, with most of wells showing decline that goes from 0 to 100 feet. I hope this answered the question, or at least provide a better interpretation for the long-term decline.
Thank you for doing that. I'm not sure, but it is very helpful, and I know now where to go get this information to if I care to do additional investigation into this. But yeah, I think the issue was just my recognition that 25 feet isn't really, the maximum decline that we've been seeing in groundwater tables over the past decade and even the past 100 years. And in fact, it's been quite more significant than that, and particularly in the southern part of the San Joaquin Valley. So I think the maps that you show here kind of indicate that.
Right. The dispersion in the bottom graphs will represent the difference between the first and the 1 year range or the 10-year range. And I'm done with my part, but the other questions were asked by Vice Chair Diadamo during last hour presentation, and my coworker Vadim Demchik is gonna address those.
Great. So just as a reminder of the slides in question here, there's a question on the storage levels at Shasta, particularly in the May through June period, and why they were relatively flatlining as opposed to declining as maybe we would expect at that time of year. So there are really two things that come into play here. Number one is there was actually a significant amount of precipitation the end of the second part of May, and we see that bump in the cumulative slides, I think it's slides 2 and 3. And 2, Shasta Lake was actually in spring refill conditions according to the Army Corps flood control diagram. And so operators really maximized on the storage and they captured the runoff. It was just a perfect set of conditions to top off the reservoir. And the same story, I think, goes for Oroville. We see the same kind of flatlining. There's also questioning on San Luis reservoir conditions and what we would expect from a wet year. And so I think a big takeaway from this is that a wet year doesn't necessarily mean that you can move water. And we see some of those constraints in exports, particularly in April and May. In comparison, what we don't see here, unfortunately, is water year 2017. If you look at the line for water year 2017, it actually has a similar pattern to these green lines that we see up there. It's flatlining. As opposed to this year, even though it is a wet year, we see it declining in May and June. So in the spectrum of wet years, this year is on the lower end in terms of precipitation when you, for example, compare it to water year 2017. And so what I'm trying to get at, we had a constraint, a San Joaquin River inflow to export ratio 4:1 at that time. And so this is under NIMS RPA action 4.2.1, and this restricted the amount of exports at that time. And so, we had lower flows in Vernalis, a lot lower than 2017. So that's basically what we see happening here and the challenges for San Luis, at least at that time, even though it's a wet year. So with that, if you have any other questions or comments.
Thank you for your follow-up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate, certainly Board Member McGuire flagging that just because it's anything greater than 25 feet kind of leaves some complexity and depth in those numbers to really parse out. It looks like it went to 50 there. One also wonders, if you brought that scale even to like 100, where we might see things. But really appreciate the follow-up from staff and the responsiveness to the board members' questions and thoughts. Anything further from folks? Well, great. Thank you. And welcome to the 2020 water year, right? The 2020-19 water year. Here we are. Thank you. Next, item number 6 is an update on our urban water conservation.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Freevert, a senior environmental scientist in our Office of Research, Planning, and Performance, and I'm here today to give the monthly update on potable water production by our large urban water suppliers, and that refers to those with more than 3,000 connections. And so on this chart, you can see 2019 represented in the solid orange. That's the actual data we received. The dotted line shows our estimate of the data should we have for those that did not submit information at this time. And the shaded area represents our baseline of 2013. And you can see from this then that our dotted line for 2019 follows closely with 2017 and 2018. And I'll also add that in July 2019, it was hot and statewide above average temperature. It was actually mild when you compared it to the same month in 2017 and 2018. And August was, 2017 was the hottest on record, and 2017 through 2019 were all hot Augusts in the top 10. So here we can see the residential gallons per capita per day. And if we look more specifically at July and August, we can see that it's a little bit lower than what we had a few years ago in 2017 and 2018. And it's definitely lower than what we had as our baseline year of 2013. So the difference in conditions among the temperature can account for at least a portion of the reduction that we see for this year. And this is my last slide. I'm trying to be quick here. While monthly reporting is no longer required, the majority of urban water suppliers do provide the information on a voluntary basis. We do continue to see declining participation, and it has been below 90% since January 2019. We did receive from the 409 suppliers, 322 submitted reports, which is 79% of the group. And finally, I'll just add that a formal rulemaking to make monthly reporting mandatory is expected soon. The draft proposal for urban water supplier conservation reporting will also modify the current voluntary reporting and considers changing data needs as the state moves towards a water efficiency approach. And that's all I have for right now.
Just really want to thank you personally for the work that you did on the update of those regulations insofar as getting, agreement and discussion with Aqua and other members around how best to pursue the mandatory reporting, knowing that it's a pretty key part of the way California really views itself around conservation. Being able to have that monthly check-in on our numbers is really critical. I think this past water year is an example of that. We're in this last December, last year. We didn't know what water year we were going to find ourselves with, and things were actually looking quite dry. And so being able to continually have that mandatory sort of data point on a monthly time scale is really key to California continue to drive conservation as a way of life, as we say, and efficiency as a core principle in all of this. So I appreciate that work. I know it has gone a long way to seeing, I think, largely support for us to continue that mandatory reporting, knowing that it does provide a really key data point in all these discussions. So thank you. And look forward to seeing that get across the finish line relatively soon. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is a consideration of a proposed resolution to authorize Proposition 1 groundwater grant program funding for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's North Hollywood Central and Tahunga remediation projects. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. My name is Matt Pavlicek. I'm an engineering geologist in the Groundwater Grant Program with the Division of Financial Assistance. Today I'll be presenting an overview of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's Proposition 1 Groundwater Grant Program Round 2 funding requests for the North Hollywood Central and Tahunga remediation projects for consideration of board adoption. With me, I have Megan Tosney, Supervising Water Resource Control Engineer with the Division of Financial Assistance, and Julia Nick with the Office of Chief Counsel. So I want to begin by providing some background on Proposition 1 and why we are here to discuss this item today. So Proposition 1, or Chapter 10 of Proposition 1, allocated approximately $670 million for projects that prevent or clean up contamination of groundwater that serves or has served as a source of drinking water. The State Water Board adopted the Proposition 1 Groundwater Grant Program guidelines in May of 2016 and approved amendments to the guidelines in December of 2017. The guidelines establish a maximum grant amount of $50 million per project for funding decisions made by the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance. Funding awards exceeding this amount are subject to State Water Board approval. There it goes. So now I want to provide an overview of the funding requested by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. 2 full proposals were submitted to the Proposition 1 Groundwater Grant Program's Round 2 funding solicitation, requesting approximately $122 million in grant funding for the North Hollywood Central remediation project and approximately $138 million in grant funding for the Tahunga remediation project. Both of these projects include a local funding match of 50%. These projects consist of large-scale groundwater remediation systems to address 1,4-dioxane and volatile organic compound contamination in groundwater impacting the Rinaldi, Toluca, and Tahunga well fields. The proposals were evaluated utilizing the criteria outlined in the guidelines and were reviewed by a technical team consisting of staff from the Division of Financial Assistance, the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Division of Drinking Water, and the Department of Toxic Substance Control. Based on the technical reviews, both projects address the eligibility requirements, prioritization criteria, and project preferences outlined in the guidelines. These projects will benefit a large number of people per dollar spent and provide increased local water supplies and reliability. It is estimated these projects will produce approximately 84,000 acre-feet per year of additional local water supplies and protect or restore approximately 136,000 acre-feet per year of additional capacity at wells that are currently threatened or contaminated. And this is roughly enough to meet the needs of approximately 372,000 households. So the proposed resolution would authorize the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance to award grants and execute grant agreements with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power for the North Hollywood Central and Tahunga remediation projects. I also wanted to provide an overview of the other Round 2 full proposals we received. In addition to the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's funding requests, the Division of Financial Assistance received 11 other Round 2 full proposals, totaling approximately $110 million in grant requests. If the proposed resolution is approved, total Round 2 awards are estimated at $370 million, and this will leave approximately $160 million of the original $670 million unallocated, with a third and final solicitation planned for late 2020. And with that, we recommend the board adopt the proposed resolution and are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for all the great work. Great project, and appreciate the work that went into supporting the project development and evolution. I know there was a lot of good collaboration with our team and the local implementers and also regional board. So I think that helped come out with an even better project. I also just appreciate you highlighting the impacts of this project, both in terms of produced water and in terms of protecting and restoring water resources that we have in wells, because I think those are all multiple benefits that come out of this project. And you know, it's always good to see that many number of people getting access to more reliable local water supplies. Lastly, I'll just have to make a plug for, you know, I think we're fortunate enough to have 160 million left in this fund. We have other groundwater funding, I know, and I continue to want to make sure that we're utilizing that also for some of the communities that can't afford to fund things on their own, which I know you all are looking at and aware of. But otherwise, I would move to approve this item after discussion.
Okay, and isn't you know, the majority of, or a large portion of the remaining funding set aside for disadvantaged communities? And could you speak to how you're thinking about that, you know, going forward for the round 3 solicitation?
That's right. And of the remaining money, about 110 million is set aside for disadvantaged communities. So those communities we can work with on a more continuous basis, particularly if they're working on drinking water or wastewater projects, which can be eligible under these guidelines for small disadvantaged communities. So we'll be actively working on that, you know, even leading up to the 2020 solicitation.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to say also thank you. I know this has been a project long in the making and has had numerous meetings and negotiations with LADWP. I think there's a lot of merit to this project, and thinking about the benefits and just the, you know, hundreds of thousands of people and the community at large in Los Angeles that will benefit from this additional element of their water portfolio, I think is absolutely critical. I also just want to say that I think that I understand the reasons why there's a $50 million per project cap in the guidelines. It makes sense. It does provide an opportunity for projects of this nature and this magnitude to then come to the board for approval. And I think this, you know, depending on how we vote today, is a demonstration of this process working, while still reserving mindfulness that, you know, if in other situations where there is a lot of competition, a lot of projects around the state, it does provide some of that bandwidth for some of the smaller projects to find space to compete for the funding. So again, thank you very much for your work on this.
We have one public comment card that I'll quickly go to and call up Samantha Yu from LA Department of Water and Power. Miss Yu. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Samantha Yu, again speaking on behalf of the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. LADWP would like to thank the State Water Resources Control Board for its consideration of these awards. As the Division of Financial Assistance has noted, despite extensive investigations and remediation efforts over the years, contamination in the San Fernando groundwater basin has yet to be fully contained. So as a result, the department's total pumping capacity in the basin has been reduced by 50%. And this has really limited our ability to effectively manage our water resources. The San Fernando groundwater basin typically provides over 90% of the city's groundwater supply and has historically provided up to 30% of total supply during extended dry periods. As it stands right now, the effective remediation of the basin is the linchpin for Mayor Garcetti's Green New Deal target for the city to achieve 70% locally sourced supply by 2035. And such a fundamental transformation of the city's water supply portfolio, we believe, will have major regional and statewide impacts. We've been working very, very closely with stakeholders, not least yourselves here at the State Water Resources Control Board, on the development and implementation of a comprehensive groundwater remediation program. We, again, thank you for your consideration. We'd like to extend a special thanks to the Division of Financial Assistance. They have been really tireless, engaged partners in the process of developing and implementing our groundwater remediation program. We really appreciate that support and assistance, and we look forward to continued collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your comments, Ms. Yu, and the leadership that the mayor and Los Angeles continues to demonstrate in all of these areas. I think it's safe to say this board is very appreciative of that leadership and glad to do our part. That being said, I believe there's a motion on the table. I would entertain even.
I'll move for adoption of the proposed resolution.
We'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries, and it passes. Thank you again, Ms. Yu, and particularly to staff as well for all the great work on that item. That leaves us to our final item of the day, board member reports. And I will entertain such from my fellow board members as I quickly try to figure out what my own report would be.
I'll start. I was, right after the last board meeting, able to go to Region 7 and do another executive order stakeholder meeting and discussion at the regional board meeting, and also both executive order and safe and affordable drinking water discussion with stakeholders from communities in the evening. And you know, I think in that region in particular, certainly the Salton Sea and drinking water and issues, challenges related to drinking water, especially of smaller systems, referred to as polancos in that area, that kind of fall outside of our normal regulatory programs, and also on tribal lands, which is also much more complicated from a regulatory standpoint. And so I think got really great feedback that otherwise isn't necessarily covered in other regions, and was really helpful, and also saw a lot of good leadership from the regional water agencies there. In addition, yesterday, I think, I can't keep track of time, but earlier this week was able to participate with the County Drought Advisory Group that DWR is convening, and we are participating in around developing recommendations for small and rural communities around water supply contingency planning and drought planning and resilience. I think there's a draft report that's out. There's a draft vulnerability assessment methodology and analysis. So really great progress that is going to be finalized and delivered in a report with recommendations to the legislature by the end of this year. And there's a really good collaboration, I think, between the State Water Board and DWR, and also looping in OES on how to make sure that we're planning, we're forecasting, planning, identifying vulnerabilities, and then making sure that we're ready for any response and I guess mitigation or resiliency projects. And so this is an area that is a critical gap for us to fill, and so I look forward to that being included in the in our resiliency portfolio, because that's a key component. Other, I think, things I just wanted to put a flag in, since we don't get to talk to each other that much, is that at the San Diego Regional Board meeting that I was at, two things that they highlighted that I've been following up with staff on. One is they're very focused on climate science and climate change impacts on workload and all their permits in San Diego, and I'm sure many regions. But so I think one thing we had an initial discussion with staff on was just how we can make sure that we're continuing to support and ramp up our ability to think about our climate change work in terms of science integration, but also just in terms of how are we projecting workload changing for regional boards based on all the new projects or amendments to projects or things that need to be done in response to climate change. And I think we're now in this new reality. Maybe we have been for a while. And so making sure that that's more centrally, that adaptation piece is more intentionally taken into account, not just the mitigation and reduction with greenhouse gases, which we need to be doing, but also how are we mitigating for what is already our new reality, and what does that mean for us as a board and all of our regional boards. Secondly, just around technology systems, they got a really great walkthrough of this work they're doing down there around. They have CCTV cameras on this very large construction project to basically allow for much more efficient and effective general construction, stormwater enforcement and inspections. It was really fascinating, and I think just, as we're thinking about continuing to upgrade the technology we're using in these permits and how to make more efficient and effective use of staff time, and especially when you're talking about really large projects, I think that's a really interesting option. And finally, I know there have been some newspaper articles, and then a really interesting letter from EPA that we're all highlighting the issue of homelessness in different ways, and it's linked to water quality. And that's, I think regardless of the EPA letter, but just in general, I know it's an issue that homelessness and its impact on water quality is, I think, a concern that the board has been looking at with the regional boards for a long time. There were a lot of great examples of things regional boards are doing. There's actually, I think, a meeting today in Region 3 on this that we didn't get to participate in because we're here. But I'm really interested in figuring out how to support regional boards and the state in general, state board as well, and just being a partner to help support addressing those efforts, access to sanitation, and there was I think today, PPIC found that the issue of homelessness just across the board in the state is really rising to the top for many people as a top challenge facing our state in ways that it hasn't ever before. So I continue to think this is something to, as we think about what our work is that does intersect with our work, and one of importance that I hope to continue to support, and both with our team and with regional boards. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. I will quickly go myself. Let's see, hold on, I'll give dates. On the 20th, board member McGuire and I and staff actually toured with Region 6, the Lahontan region, and had a tour of Leviathan Mine, which was, now having visited 2 Superfund sites, and this also being my second acid mine drainage site, actually found myself a little prepared and really, really interested in the fact that the Regional Water Quality Control Board runs a Superfund site, and how it came to pass that we did so. And certainly, while the scale and magnitude of the operations isn't near Iron Mountain, it is still a huge endeavor and an incredible amount of work and actually leadership and expertise that the regional board has developed in managing that site, unique as it is that we found ourselves doing so, has actually, I think, really improved, I think, our ability to understand the challenges around those sites. It was brought up, interestingly, that we are ourselves then a regulated entity by EPA as a responsible party and owner of that site. And so, having to meet effluent limits and needing to, and the challenges that come in managing a site, I think it's definitely a kind of a helpful thing for regional board staff to kind of have that perspective. And I think it certainly was for myself as well. So really appreciated all the work that I know staff does in order to make those events successful and in order to host us, and just really appreciated that they had done so and the ability for us to go and see firsthand in the field. I'll just flag that on the 24th, I was a keynote speaker for the California Water Efficiency Partnership, their plenary meeting. It was a good discussion, obviously, with the efficiency legislation, continuing to move on in our relationship with DWR in that space. And then, as we heard today, when it comes to even then, say, mandatory conservation or mandatory production numbers, monthly urban water production numbers, we all have a continued shared space here, and just really appreciate the invitation and an ability to just kind of give a quick gloss over the water resilience portfolio and really where, at least I saw, efficiency being such a critical part of the discussion in California around water management. Excuse me, my allergies are getting the better of me. And then I would just otherwise flag that earlier this week, and I'll let actually Sean or Board Member McGuire speak more to this, the Public Policy Institute of California's Water Policy Learning Network held a research learning network event on Monday where they had topics, including the water resilience portfolio and other water research topics that the researchers were there to discuss. And then on Tuesday was the advisory group or advisory panel or group meeting of the PPIC's Water Policy Center, Learning Center. So I attended that on Tuesday then as well. So that's about it for now. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go since we had overlapping events there in a couple cases. So just to, let's see. So on the 19th, actually we had the executive order listening session for the Lahontan Regional Board the day before the Leviathan mine tour. So I was able to chat with the board members and a couple of the public stakeholders that were in attendance. And in particular, we heard from the Inyo Mono IRWM region about their interest in continuing the IRWM program and the needs to invest in these communities that are and watersheds that are remote, and far away from and kind of disconnected from everything else, and yet very large and expansive, and they have a lot of needs as well. And so I appreciated them taking the time to come and share their thoughts. And then on the 20th, yes, Leviathan Mine was very interesting. Chair Esquivel, we also went to the Tahoe Keys. I almost called you Joaquin. We also went to the Tahoe Keys, and it was a follow-up actually from the board meeting presentation information item the previous day on invasive weeds and considerations over the use of aquatic herbicides in Lake Tahoe, which are prohibited currently. And so they're looking at ways that the aquatic weeds are becoming quite a nuisance problem in the Keys and then other areas around the lake. And so they're trying to come up with non-chemically based ways to address that. And there's some promising technologies that they're looking at using, but there's still some thinking that needs to go behind that. But also just recognizing kind of the legacy issues with the development and the way it occurred in the Keys and taking over what was once a marsh area. And then on the 23rd, I wanted to say that I went to the American River Parkway cleanup a couple Saturdays ago, so as requested by Board Member Dodek, who's not here right now, but I just wanted to put that out there, and I took a selfie just as evidence in case it came up. So on the 23rd, Monday the 23rd, we hosted another executive order item on drought and planning for drought and getting ready for those next dry years. Again, recognizing that the executive order is all about preparing, building resiliency, which implicitly has, drought, I think, in mind there, but it's also thinking about climate change. And so I'm just, I've been continuously concerned about the uncertainty about our hydrology. We had, I think, a pretty good update today, but we don't know when that next drought's going to hit. And I want to make sure that we as a state are doing everything we can to ensure that we'll be ready next time it comes. And so I appreciated the comments on the Community Drought Advisory Group. I think that's great and, a good effort to continue moving forward. But we also need to think about other tools that we can provide, ecosystem flows, how are we going to address those in those critically dry years? And so we had a number of great presenters who weighed in with their thoughts on that. And so I think that was a productive discussion. And then on the 26th, I was able to, I did two things. I went with the Sacramento Water Forum. They have a CVPI funded project on the American River to build a side channel habitat for salmon spawning just downstream of Nimbus Dam. and also gravel augmentation for salmon spawning and rearing. And so that was very interesting. The city of Sacramento does the in-river work themselves. And they've trained their own crew who by day, most of the year is installing pipelines and digging trenches, but for the times where they have the funding to do this kind of work. And they've learned a lot, I think, about how to successfully complete these projects. And so that was really cool to see. And then I went to the Audubon Society, was hosting a tour and dinner out at River Garden Farms. So got to see, some of the examples of multi-benefit uses of rice fields and, the benefit to birds and fish out there and talk to some of the folks. So I think that's it. Thanks.
Good. Well, some overlap with the things I've done over the last couple of weeks. So first of all, I was able to follow that workshop, the portfolio workshop on drought resiliency, and followed it remotely. So I kind of was going back and forth between drought and water loss performance standards.
Yeah.
So I did the best I could to follow both, but and also appreciate your leadership in being involved in that and in inviting me to participate in the discussion that'll take place tomorrow with some folks from NACWA on drought preparedness. So I know we all have a lot on our plate, but I've been anxious about, lessons learned. And while the report is being formalized, I think that these discussions are just really helpful. And I'm excited that stakeholders are taking it on their own to have these discussions in the meantime. I also went out on the American River, and it was just fascinating. I thought I was going to see just a little project, and there was a bulldozer in the river right in the middle of the channel. Yeah. And this work was just so amazing. This is been, I think, a decades-long series of projects. I think there's over 10, and depending on how the VA discussions go, there's lots of potential for more. So it was really exciting. Tom Goring's always exciting to be around anyway, but to not just hear from him and see the projects, but I agree, the city staff that's working on this, they're just really enthusiastic, and I got to operate a bulldozer, which was really fun also. But in all seriousness, the riffle that they were improving, because it's an old riffle that over a period of time needed, some reworking, ongoing operations and maintenance, basically. Their monitoring showed that 10% of the spawning has been occurring in that one riffle. So they, with the monitoring that they're doing, an important component of it, to actually show the progress of the work. And then also just the collaboration. So of course we all know that the Water Forum, they're known for partnerships and collaboration. So this is Water Forum with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Fish and Wildlife, the local flood control agency. They did have, some permit challenges with Corps of Engineers and with the Flood Protection Board. And that was a very good discussion, because then the next day I had a follow-up discussion with Sustainable Conservation on, their efforts working with us. And thank you, Ms. Sobek. They were very appreciative of your commitment and staff's assistance. So hopefully these lessons learned, because if we get these VAs, we need to be able to move quickly on projects. So that was real exciting to be out there. And then I also yesterday participated in, I went on a tour of the San Francisco Bay salt ponds. A good friend of mine runs the restoration program out there, and they invited me to participate in a tour that they had with Region 2. Really interesting. I've driven by it for years, but to actually go out there and get walk on the salt ponds. I didn't, of course, I knew that there was some relationship with a wildlife refuge, but I didn't realize that those lands, former Cargill lands, really are, entirely within the National Wildlife. Don Edwards Edwards National Wildlife Refuge, and support, just a whole host of endangered species. So I think 4 endangered species and then many, many other species. So good partnership with the service, and they're getting ready to renew their permit. So it was just interesting to be there with the regional board to hear some conversations about updating the permit and the potential use of our new wetlands procedures.
That's fantastic. It sounds like everyone had a nice productive couple of weeks here, and something tells me they're going to continue to be productive these next weeks ahead. It feels like there's a tremendous amount of things coming ahead here these next weeks and months, really. But thank you. Well, with that, we will not have a closed session on personnel item, and so I would like to just thank everyone and call this meeting to a close. Thank you. See you all in a couple of weeks. Well, see you all before.